And I gave you one of mine. Not the universe, I hate my time. Hello, everybody. It's me! I'm Mario! I need to get programs up. Hello, Irish. Hello, Merlin. Hello, Quibs. Hello, Failure. How in the fugs are we all doing? That we're all good. Hello, Normal. Can Twitter fucking load up? God damn. Hello, Shadow. Everyone like the stream so we can get kittens. Yeah, alright. For the kittens on the LOTM streams, it's going up by 5. Every other stream, like, we can get there usually. But LOTM, it'll be 20 is our threshold. As you can see. If I just do that real quick. You can see, right there. 20 is for 1 kitten. 25 is for 3. 30 is for 5. Towers covering the chapter count. Oh, yeah. That's not a towel, that's my shirt. There you go. 20 to 30 chapters today. Whoa, no. 22, chapter 20 to 30. Fucking hell. Chat. We released the Cthulhu. Yeah. Does anybody remember the music that I got sent for the LOTM streams? It was a bunch of just Liza P music, no? How do I find it? How do I go through the messages? I forget. Links. Yeah, these are all images. I don't need the images. Hello, David. Hello, Dante. Hello, Admiral. How are you doing today? I'm fine. I'm not even exaggerating. I woke up like maybe an hour ago. I woke up, I was like, fuck, I need to set up stream. I've never read Lord of the Mysteries before. I guess will this be experience? Hell yeah, you can join in. Join in on the fun that is going to be reading this story, certainly.
It might have just been the way the little bitch was holding me hand. I'm gone. Or were you alive?
Yeah. So, get the fuck out.
Oh, I can't show you.
Yeah.
Joshua's alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't find the actual link to the music. It's kind of driving me insane a little bit. I made a peak meme yesterday of the fucking ReZero stairs with the fucking what was it? Live footage of Quibs rushing to a Josh LOTM stream or something. Something like that. I cannot find the fucking music. Whatever. We will just play my normal music. It's either 2 or 8 a.m. when I... Why is it usually 2 to 8 a.m.? I can't say shit. That's my sleep schedule right now. Why am I in this one? I don't know why I was in that. I don't know why I was in that layout. Ding? That should work. Music should be playing. It's crazy. Diarrhea streams at weird times. I say that the one stream that I saw her actually live for, it was like 2 in the morning for me. No, it wasn't even that. It was like 3 in the morning for me. Alright, music should be playing. Normal gen. First date ass music. Brother, I can't find the fucking music that was linked to me a couple days ago. So yeah. Anyway. But today's been a boring one. Tried to do a deadlift PR. Didn't go well. I don't find it boring, I just procrastinate. Rip music, I guess. Yeah, sorry about that one. I can't even go back on the, like, YouTube to go find it, so. Who even sent it in the first place? It was, Kami? Was it Kami that sent in the music? Every fucking link. Kami? Was it not? Was it not Kami? God sent you music. Yeah, Kami is the music guy. Yeah, I thought so. You said you gave me space. Up. Oh my god, I'm never gonna fucking find it. Just get in the cage, Gale. Fucking Christ. Oh, found it. First of all, pinning that. Fuck my life. That should have not been that hard to find. Alright, music should be on, music should be fine. Fucking hell, that should not have taken that much time. Anyway, nothing all that much has actually happened today. Kittens are just chilling, as you can see. And I almost pulled my back trying to do a deadlift. Other than that, not much has happened. You said you gave me space. Nope. Not bad music, IMO. I don't know why that was still playing. It should just be this. I don't know why my Spotify was still playing. My bad. Lord of the Mysteries. Read. We're in chapter 20. The Forgetful Done. Yep. Amen to that. There we go. Alright, you ready? Are we ready? I've never watched an episode of SpongeBob. I don't know why I keep saying that. Let's LARP. Bitch, we're reading it. You can't read. You can't LARP source material you've read. Sorry, I got really defensive about that. Somebody in this one TikTok comment really pissed me off. Call me a Dragon Ball LARPer. And I was like, bitch, I've read the material. I've made like 200 videos on TikTok alone talking about it. My second longest video ever is a Dragon Ball one. Yeah, I wish I could reread it like it was my first time. Well, that's why you watch dickheads like me, Diera, and Easy praise the LARPing fool. No. Just no. LARPing over reading? Yeah, let's not advertise that real quick though. Let's just not be advertising that. Hello, Eric. Alright, let's get into it. Chapter 20. The Forgetful Done. Okay. Klein bowed silently as he wore his short top hat again. However, his mind was preoccupied with the sealed artifact of O-08. Oh yeah, the fucking what was it? It was a quill? That was a quill, right? It appears to just be an everyday quill. Yep. At the leaving for you. Ooh, what's his name? Et something. I literally just saw his Twitter handle. I can't fucking remember it. I think this is the start of episode 2 of the anime-dongwa. How much the first episode of the anime miss? 20 fucking chapters? I know the episodes are long, but fuck me. It appears to just be your everyday quill. It writes without ink? Then what is the actual use? What makes it classified as the highest level of confidentiality that is deemed extremely dangerous? Can it be a pen that kills anyone whose name is written? Death Note? A lot. You know, when I get through the first novel, not even the first novel, I think by the time you guys confirm whether or not I'm past episode 2, I'll watch the first 2 episodes just to see how much it misses. No, it would not be too. No, that would be too way too heaven defying. Isnt Zang will would not need to escape and hide it away if that was the case. Just as Klein turned around to leave Dunn, just as Klein was. Wow, you can tell I just woke the fuck up. Every episode's like 16 to 19 chapters, I think. Fuck. Just as Klein turned around to leave, Dunn suddenly shouts into him again. Hold on, I forgot something. What? Klein turned his head, his eyes puzzled. Dunn put back his pocket watch and said with a smile, Later, remember to visit the accountant, Miss Orina, and get an advance payment for 4 weeks. A total of £12. After that, you earn half your salary every week until the difference is covered. That's too much. There's no need for this. That amount should be reduced, Klein said subconsciously. He had no objection towards an advance payment, after all. He didn't even have the money needed to pay for the public horse carriage trip home. However, to receive £12 at once left him a little afraid. It's apparently chapter 44. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's nuts. No, it's necessary, as Dune said as he shook his head and smiled. Think about it. Do you still wish to continue living in your present apartment? One that needs to share a bathroom with so many other tenants? Even if you aren't taking yourself into consideration, think about the lady. Besides, he paused when he saw Klein nod in agreement. He smiled and sized up Klein's garbs and said with a meaningful intent, Besides, you need a cane, and you should buy a new suit. Klein was taken aback for a second, snapping back into reality. His face immediately burned with embarrassment since the suit he was wearing was cheap and inferior quality. Typically, a top hat was made out of silk, costed around 5 to 6 soil. A bow and tie was 3 soil, and a walking cane inlaid with silver was 7 to 8 soil. A shirt was around 3, while pants, vest, and tuxedo were about 7 total. Leather boots were 9 to 10 soil. As such, an entire suit would cost more than £8 and 7 soils. Of course, to be presentable, gentleman, one needed a watch chain and a pocket watch and a wallet. What a weird array. Bro just called him broke. Yeah. He literally just looked him up and down and went, "You need to look like you're made of this. You need to look better. Don't hiss it, mother." Back then, the original Klein and Benson skimmed and saved before managing... skimmed and saved before managing to save up a pool of money. When they went to the clothing store to check the price, they ended up running off without even bothering to try and haggling. They each bought a set at a bargain shop near Iron Cross Street for a total less than £2. Is it reading the web novel translation or some other group? I think this is just some other group. I couldn't find a way to get the guy's, like, download thing to work. So I was like, no. It was also because of that. He's already been fed. It's also because of that incident that the original Klein had a deep impression of the price of clothes. Okay. Klein stammered a reply. He was like the original Klein. He was someone who cared about his appearance. Dune took out his pocket watch again and clicked it open to take a glance at it. Perhaps you should find Miss Orena first. I know you'll spend quite some time at Old Neil's, while Miss Orena will likely be returning home soon. Alright. Klein was acutely aware of his... Well, that's just fucking rude, isn't it? State of poverty and did not object. He has the ebook. He doesn't know how to use it. Yeah. EP. Yeah, and I don't know what the fucking EP pub is. Okay, I can find one and see if I can turn it into a PDF. Fair enough. Ugh. Let me just so I don't have to be dealing with the bullshit and hear them every 5 fucking seconds. If you find it, just type it in chat and I'll go into the Discord, see if I can find it. Doom returned to the table side and pulled out a few hanging ropes as he said, "I'll get to Roseanne and I'll get Roseanne to bring you there." The ropes began to operate as a gear around the ropes began their operation as the gears ground, producing a chime from a bell as the reception area of the Blackthorn Security Company. When Roseanne heard it, she hurriedly stood up and carefully made her way down. It did not take her long before she appeared in front of Klein again. Dune said humorously, "I did not disturb your rest, right? Oh, bring Moretti to Miss Orena." Roseanne secretly curled her lips as she entered, happily. "Alright, Captain. Is that all?" At that moment, Klein blurted out in a surprise. "Oh, is that all?" At that moment, Klein blurted out in a surprise. I don't know why I thought that was the woman for a second. Depends where there's markets where you can. Oh, this fucking thing. You know what I forgot to do? Just entirely. Notes. Because I'm not writing everything down again. I think it'd just be better for... Oh, my shadow sleeve notes. To just get everything all sorted. To get his advance payment from finance, isn't there a need to get an approval letter from the captain? Shouldn't you write something? So, Doom returned with a quiet question. My thoughts went elsewhere. What are we talking about? We were talking about the EPUB link Cammy sent me for the proper translations, because I don't know what these translations are. I mean, don't I need your signature to claim the advance payment from Mrs. Orena? Klein tried his best to use simple language. Oh, no, there's no need. Rosanna is enough proof. Dune pointed at the brown-haired girl and gave a reply. Captain, it seems that there's almost zero management of our finances. Klein resisted his urge to deliver a sarcastic comment before turning to leave the room with Roseanne. I don't even know what the fuck it is, let alone how to use it. Is that on me? 10 billion fucking percent. I'm going to struggle like a bitch spelling out Dunn's name every fucking time. I'm making sure it isn't spelt like Dune. Like the fucking series. At that moment, he heard Dune shout out again. Hold on, there's still another thing. Can we finish it all at once? Klein turned back with a smiling face. Yes. Dunn pressed at his temples and said, when you meet with old Neil, remember to collect 10 demon hunting bullets. Okay. Welch's revolver is still with you, right? There's no need for you to turn it in. Dune inserted a single hand into his pocket and said, with the demon hunting bullets, if you were to face with a paranormal danger, you'll be able to protect yourself. It will give you some courage, at the very least. Hello, very nice. Neither do I, Josh, we're in the same boat. Yeah, alright, good. At least I'm not the only one not chronically offline enough for the fucking web novel community. Whew. There's no need for you to add on an additional final sentence. Just as Klein was vexing over the problem, he answered without any hesitation. Alright, I'll remember to do so. This will require me to write a formal document. Wait a moment. Dune sat down and picked up a dark red fountain pen. He scribbled a note, signed it, and stamped it. Thank you, Captain. Klein received it sincerely. He slowly walking back, turning around. Hold on, Dune shouts one more time. Oh my fucking god, dude. How many times is he gonna be like, wait a minute, we got one more thing. Fucking Christ. Captain, you look to be in your 30s. Why do you have symptoms of dementia? Yeah, okay, great. It's good to know we're on the same fucking boat, dude. Klein squeezed out a smile and turned around to ask, anything else? I forgot earlier that you are not trained in shooting, so getting the demon hunting bullets would be useless. Let's do this. Collect 30 normal bullets. Collect 30 normal bullets every day. Take the opportunity when you go to a corner, the underground shooting range at 3 Zoutland Street. Most of its belongings to the police department. But there is one that is specifically for his Nighthawks. Oh, right. You also need to get a badge from Old Neil, otherwise you won't be able to enter the shooting range. Dune smacked his forehead and took a step back from the note from Klein. He then added the information, stamped it with another seal. A good marksman is produced by expending bullets. Do not think lightly of it. Dune handed back Klein the modified note. Got it. Okay. So I get... No, that's fine. Just be wasting bullets then. Because that's terrible advice for anybody trying to use an actual fucking gun. Got it. Klein, who was fearful of danger, yearned to visit the shooting range that very day. He yearned to be an American. He took two steps forward to exit before carefully turning around halfway. He deliberated before asking, "Captain, is there anything else?" "No." Dune nodded firmly. Klein waved a sigh. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and walked straight out the door. While walking, he had a strong urge to turn around and ask, "Are you sure there's nothing else?" He resisted the urge and finally left the keeper room successfully. Captain has always been this way. He often forgets things. As Roseanne walked by his side, she softly disparaged the captain. Even my granny has a better memory than him. Of course, he only forgets the trivial stuff. Yeah, trivial stuff. Klein. I'll call you Klein in the future. Miss Arena is a very affable person. It is easy to get a hit off with her. Her father is a watchsmith with an excellent skill. Okay. Klein listened to the brown-haired girl rattle on. He stepped into the stairwell and returned to the upper floor. He found Miss Arena in the far office to the right-hand side. She was a black-haired woman dressed in a Florence lace dress. She appeared to be in her 30s and had a fashionable curly hair. Her pair of green eyes were clear and smiling, and she seemed refined and elegant. After Orena heard Rosanna repeat Dune Smith's instructions, she took out a note and wrote an advanced slip. "Sign here. Do you have the seal? If not, you can leave a thumbprint." Alright. Now familiar with the procedures, Klein completed the formalities. Orena took out a copper key and opened the safe in the room. As she counted the pounds, she said with a smile, "You're lucky. We have enough cash today. By the way, Klein, were you invited by the captain because you were involved in a paranormal activity and the fact that you have a specialty?" Yes. You have impeccable intuition." Klein was not stingy with his compliments. The power level goes crazy in Lord of the Mystery, so be ready. For fuck's sake. I thought the power cliff in Shadow Slave was a bit fucking stupid. Lesson 1: map dumping. Mag dumping. Yeah, literally. Just get 30 extra bullets and practice anytime you can. Like, what the fuck? At least teach the man how to hold the fucking gun. Arena took out 4 notes with light grey backgrounds with deep black patterns printed on them. After locking the safe, she turned around with a smile. "That's because I had a similar experience too." "Really?" Klein showed an appropriate level of surprise. Do you know about the serial killer that sent Tegan City into a frenzy 16 years ago? Arena handed over 4 gold pounds to Klein. Yes, it was one that which had 5 girls killed consecutively. Some of their hearts and stomachs were removed by the bloody butcher. My mother often used that method to scare my sister when we were younger. What an evil bitch! Klein said as she thought about it. You get off with a warning since it's still vague. I mean, knowing that this series is very Cthulhu-like, from what I've been told, that doesn't surprise me even a little bit. Kirbs takes his job seriously. Good. I don't like being spoiled and shit. Unless it's like minor spoilers and where I'm not gonna give a fuck. He received the notes and discovered that 2 of them were 5-pound demotions, and 2 of them were 1-pound demotions. Dimitations. All of them had a grey background and were inked in black. The 4 corners had complicated patterns and special ink to preserve counterfeiting. The former note were slightly bigger, and in the middle of them was the Leon Kingdom's 5th king, George III, direct ancestor Henry August I. Wait, Henry August the First? Where was it? Henry Augustus. I don't know why I was reading that as like August. Lesson 2, pray that luck is not on your side. Minor spoiler, Klein does not die in the next paragraph. Yes! Guys, do you think his notes will surpass Shadow Slave soon? Probably. Because my notes for Shadow Slave are very generalized. Like, for some reason, my memory of, like, a lot of things in that series is actually quite good. But that's also because, like, 9 times out of 10, I am recording something if it's based around Shadow Slave. So, yeah. God, that might picked up too much of the drinking sound. Yeah, 1 minute. That sound. Sorry, Mixie. I prepared and deafened, you bitch. I usually find that I remember things I enjoy better in general. I don't. And you'll find this with a lot of content creators who make videos on, like, or streams on specific things. If you actively make content on something, your ability to remember it increases drastically. Because you are purposely going away to activate and be aware of the series for, like, several minutes of a time, sometimes several days out the week. Oh, yeah. The former notes were slightly bigger with, yeah. He wore a white hairband above his rotund face. His eyes were slender and he had an abnormally serious expression. However, Klein felt an indescribable sense of closeness to him. This was a £5 note. Weird music. I fucks with it, but weird music. It's like teaching on a topic. The more you're focused on it, the more likely you're going to have the brain to find the importance in keeping it. Yeah, pretty much. And with me making... Let me just check. Every Shadow Slave video that I've ever made is on TikTok. Not excluding the YouTube videos. And I mean the full-length ones. But I've made... How many Shadow Slave videos? Almost 100. 90 different Shadow Slave videos, almost on the dot. Plus the YouTube video, which is 40 minutes. That was cut down from like 2 hours. Plus, like, the 3 days worth of recording I did for volume 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, no shit, I'm gonna remember a lot more about that series than, like, most of the series I'm currently consuming. God, I've done a lot for Shadow Slave. Saying that out loud, I'm like, god damn, I've done, like, the equivalent of, like, a month dedicated to this series. Think about the period of time. £5 is like a lot for money. Oh, yeah, I could fucking imagine. Even though I do not believe it to be the same universe. It's almost equal to the 4 weeks of Benson's salary. Damn. In the middle of the £1 note was George III's father, the former king, William August. Nope, Angus the Fourth. So it's George Angus the Fifth. So George Angus the Fifth. Wait, no, it's George now. It's third. So this is the third George. This is the fourth William. This mighty figure had a thick mustache and had a firm gaze while he was in power. He freed the Leon kingdom from the shackles of its old order, allowing this nation to regain the principal spot. They were all good kings. Klein could faintly smell the notes ink that elated and refreshed him. Hi, Sig. Also, there's no such thing as a good king ever, but that is okay. Yes, if the Nighthawks did not have come in time, I would have been the 6th victim. Miss Orena's tone still hinting at a sense of lingering fear despite the incidents having happened more than 10 years ago. I heard that he was just a serial killer. No, the butcher was a beyonder? Klein carefully folded the paper notes and placed it in the inner pocket of his suit. Then he patted the area a few times to confirm it was there. Yes, Miss Orena gave a firm nod. He had killed more than that before. The reason why he was captured was because he was preparing for a ritual for the devil. No wonder he wanted different organs. Sorry, Miss Orena, for making you recall such an unpleasant memory, Klein said sincerely. Orena smiled. I'm no longer a fade. I'm just studying accountancy in the business school back then. After that incident, I've been here ever since. Alright, I'll stop keeping you from what you should do. You need to go head to O'Neill's. Interesting. 20 pence equals 1 shilling. 12 shillings equals around 240 buckaroos. I thought lesson 2 was not to immediately leave Dune's office after he dismisses you. Lesson 3: ignore everything that is supernatural. I mean, we're supposed to do that anyway, let's be real. Let's be real. Goodbye, Miss Arena. Klein took off his hat and bowed before leaving the office. Before he went downstairs, he could not help but pat his inner pocket to make sure the £12 was still there. This is how you know. That's not highlighted. There you go. All of this is how you know Klein is a broke boy. Because I'd be doing the exact same thing. He did get attended the cross junction and headed right. It did not take him long to see the half-cross iron door. While he knocked, an aged voice came from inside. "Come in!" Klein pushed open the metal door and discovered a cramped room that allowed for a desk and 2 chairs. It was a tightly locked iron door inside of a room, and behind the desk was a hoary elder dressed in a classic black robe. He was reading a few yellow pages from a book with illuminated of the gas lamp. With the illumination of the gas lamp. I know my dyslexia's bad. Right, I know my dyslexia's bad. But if this is like one of the first translations from Cuttlefish, I can't imagine being like any sort of Chinese and trying to read his fucking shit either. He does not sound like a normal writing author. God. Use book touch. Should I know what book touch is? Oh, it's a... Motherfucker, you invented it. Oh, actually get the book out. Is that what you said? Are you telling me to just go grab the fucking novel up there? It's not up there, it's in the other room. But yeah. Text to speech. And I can tell. Dumbass. We were talking, not long before this, we were talking about the fucking, what was it? It was the EPUB thing. So excuse me of me thinking you were talking about the goddamn, like a goddamn website or some shit. Alright? Excuse the fuck out of me, bitch. He raised his head and looked at the door. "Are you Klein Moretti? Rosanna said you were very polite when she came over a little while ago." Miss Rosanna is a really friendly person. "Good afternoon, Mr. Neal." Klein took off his hat as a gesture of respect. That was 30 minutes ago. I have been reading. I have been reading this. So 30 minutes ago when I've been talking to you guys, we were talking about that. "Have a seat." Neil pointed at the silver tin with a complex flowery pattern on the table. "Would you like a cup of hand-ground coffee?" The wrinkles on the edge of his eyes and mouth were deeply recessed. His dark red pupils appeared slightly turbant. Please put chapter ranges. I mean, I can just do it now. I don't know why I did that. I need to... Boop. Honestly, in all respect, I definitely should put it in the description, bare minimum. But for this, I will put it on stream. Or the stream title, even. Hello? Don't be doing that. There you go. Yeah. I'll keep it in the description next time. It doesn't seem like you drink coffee. Klein accurately noticed that Neil's porcelain cup was filled with clear water. It's a habit of mine. I don't drink coffee after 3 in the afternoon. Neil explained with a laugh. I should probably do that. Hello, Nadium? Nadium? Is that how you pronounce your name? Why? Klein asked in passing. Neil held back his smile as he looked into Klein's eyes and said, I'm afraid that it would affect my sleep at night. It would make me hear the murmurings of the unknown existence. What? What the fuck? Old man in a profession where people die young. Yeah. Big dick energy. That's all it says. Kitten? No. For LOTM streams, it's going to be slightly higher. So 20 for one kitten today. Klein was momentarily unable to answer him as he changed the subject. Mr. Neil, what subjects and books should I be reading? He spoke and took out a note written by Dunn. Anything that has to do with history. Or complicated and incomplete. To be honest, I've always been trying to learn, but I can achieve this rudimentary gap. It's just too troublesome for other materials, such as people's diaries, contemporary books, epitaphs, etc. Lamented Neil. For example, the things that I have require more detailed historical recordings to determine the exact content. Why? Klein turned confused. Neil pointed at the few yellow pages in front of him. These are from Roselle Gustav. Lost diaries before his death. In order to keep things secret, he would use strange symbols to invent to take records. Something tells me this name's gonna be fucking important, so... Unrelated to the stream, I just hate how some people confuse the term timeline and have to be having the definition of time period. Oh, as in like timeline as the multiplicable thing in comparison to time period, which can be like ages. Ages, epochs, shit like that. If that's the case, then yeah, fair enough. I don't know why Quibbs is laughing. Should I be scared about why Quibbs is laughing? Quibbs, do not laugh at me! Emperor Roselle, the Transmigration Senior? Klein was taken aback as he immediately listened attentively. Many people believe that he did not truly die, but instead became a hidden god. Therefore, cults which ravine him, have always been holding various rituals to attempt of gaining power. We will occasionally encounter such incidents and obtain a few original or duplicated copies of the diary, Neil said, and with a shake of his head. Till date, no one has been able to decipher the special symbols, true meanings. Therefore, the Holy Citadel, the Holy Cathedral, has permitted us to keep copies for research, hoping it would bring a pleasant surprise. With that, Neil revealed. With that said, Neil revealed a smug smile. I've already deciphered a few symbols and have confirmed that they represent numbers. Look at what I discovered. It's actually a diary. Yes, I used to wish history from. I wish to use history from different periods, especially events that revolve around the Emperor, by comparing those records to one written in the diary for corresponding day. I can interpret more than the symbol. That's the mind of a genius. That's the mind of a genius, right? The old gentleman with white hair and deep wrinkles looked at Klein with bright eyes. Klein nodded in agreement. Yes. This cough is not going away anytime soon. You can take a look at it. Tomorrow you will be helping me with this diary. Now pushed a few yellow pages towards Klein. Klein turned them around and took a glance at them, but he immediately stunned him. Although these symbols have been copied in terribly ugly fashion, to the point of looking a little distorted, there was no way that he could be mistaken. This was because the few words he was familiar with. Chinese. And it's fucking simplified. Oh my god! I heard Chinese writing. I heard the Chinese writing system is one of the hardest to learn. Yeah. From what I understand, it is at the very least. God, that is funny. You know what? I'll give Cuttlefish this. I'll give Cuttlefish this. When he wants to be, when he isn't being really boring, fuck, he is funny. I've had a fair amount of couple chuckles out of the story so far. The only language that a transmigrator can read. Joshua Nees is also up there. Nah, you can't decipher that shit. I don't know that shit. Chapter 21 of LOTM Mysteries, an old friend in a different world. In that instance, Klein had even believed that he had transmigrated back. However, the elegant gas lamp surrounded by the brass grids and the silver inlaid tin, which old Neil kept in the hand-ground coffee in, made him recognize the reality he was in. The transmigrator, Emperor Roselle, is really a fellow countryman of mine? He was using simplified Chinese, which doesn't exist in this world, to record secrets? With the indescribable feeling of identifying an old friend in a different world, Klein quickly read through these 3 pages. 18th of November. Truly a fascinating matter. A blue sky experimentation and the chance mistake made me discover a pathetic fellow lost, and trapped in the deep darkness amid the storms. He could only approach the reality of this world on the day of the full moon every month. Yet, he is unable to transmit his cries. He is lucky to have met me, the protagonist of this era. What? 18th of November, truly a fascinating matter. A blue sky experimentation and the chance mistake made me discover a pathetic fellow lost and trapped in the deep darkness amid the skies. He can only approach the reality of this world on the day of the full moon every month, yet he is unable to transmit his cries. He is lucky to have met me, the protagonist of this era. After reading the paragraph I wrote above, I suddenly felt a little down. Even my Chinese is written like a translation. 4 decades have passed in a finger snap. My past memories feel more like a dream. 1184, January 1st. At the Grand New Year Gala, Lady Florine was truly splendid. Right. Oh, who the fuck is Lady Florena? 2nd of January. My diplomats are all idiots. 3rd of January. I made a hasty choice back then. In hindsight, I should have chosen the apprentice, the seer, or the bandit. Unfortunately, there's no way of redoing it. 4th of January. Why are my children so stupid? I've repeated myself so many times. Do not be fooled by these charlatans. The key thing about the potions is not grasping them, but digesting them. It's nothing about tapping power, but acting. And the name of the potion is not a solely symbolic at its core, but a concrete imaginary. And the key to digestion. Okay. Okay. Huh. The 9th of September. Fuck me, fucking Christ, you wanna jump more in time? 9th of September. An alliance opposing me has been established. Phasaik from the north, Leon from the east, and Fea Potter from the south, my enemies have finally joined forces. But I have no fear. I will use facts to teach them about the generations of weapons and knowledge cannot be compensated by the mere numbers and low-grade sequences. Besides, it's not as though I do not have subordinates. As for the high grades, have they forgotten who I am? The 23rd of September. I have lost communications with the ships seeking the Forsaken Land of the Gods. I should consider investigating wireless telegraphs. I hope it would not be affected by the storms. 24th of September. Miss Ithaca is more mesmerizing than Lady Florina. Perhaps I'm just being nostalgic about my youth. This is all really interesting. I like the implication that he kind of forgot how to write Chinese for it, though. That's kind of funny. That's interesting. So, pretty much all of the other kingdoms pretty much banded together to go fuck this guy up when he was looking for the land of the Forsaken Land of the Gods, should I say. And I find it interesting that the names are, like, specifically Ithaca and Fea Potter and Phasaik. Like, very Greek names. And also actively figuring out how to legitimately gain power by pretty much faking it, weirdly. This is interesting. Okay. That's countries. Those are countries? Phasaik from the north, Leon from the east, Feywild Potter from the south. These all just look like regular-ass names. If they're using regular-ass names to communicate the idea that, you know, those are whole countries, then that's kind of fucking really silly. But, like, don't get me wrong, the Kingdom of Leon, that makes sense, but I feel like it'd be named after the fucking person, though, right? Especially when you're talking about it in this sense. Due to the complexity of characters in simplified Chinese, the font was slightly larger than normal, lending to less content on each page. Furthermore, for preservational and research purposes, the back of each page was left empty. But even so, Klein still felt the upheaval of emotions when he read the diary. In particular, Emperor Rosel's description of the crux of potions made him feel like he found the path of solution. He was thrilled to have. He was thrilled at having learned the priceless secrets. They're supposed to be French names, but Okay, formal part of, yeah, okay, I can see that as French, but, like, Leon? Leon's not even, like, originally French. Leon, I know for a fact, is, like, very, very old ancient Greece that got adopted by French. But it's more so translated in, like, 3 different fucking ways. This is written in Chinese, so the country names might be oblivious. Obvious, even. There. Whoop, nope. Fair enough. Imagine French. Also, I see it. You know what that means? If we go up there, we got the 20 legs, bitches. It's Leon. Yeah, that I figured it was called Leon, not Leon. Okay, I found a PDF version, but it's Lord of the Mysteries and Koi combined. Then I'll just read Lord of the Mysteries. If it works, it works. I'll go read it. More specifically, if it's the correct translation. Or the, like, novelization translation. Anyway, doesn't matter. It's kitten time, bitches. Alright, let's, Hefty boy. Da da da. Bam. Bam. Wah, 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 wah. Ding. Bam. You're safe. You're fine. There you go. Alright. There you go. You got your kitten time. 25 likes and you get 3 more. Cat Fulu. Displaying bro like he's an auction item. Hey, I am getting rid of him, so kind of have to. What's up, little one? Go to mama. Go to mama. Truly a perfect being. Where was I at? Oh yeah, right, I was looking at the Discord to see if you actually posted the thingy. I don't think I could. What, you don't think you could grab it? You don't think I can sell that fucker? I kind of have to. I have too many cats as is. It's my curse. Diary. Oh yeah. Perhaps this will be the beacon of my future path as a beyonder. Well, the 3 pages belong to entries at different times. It seems Emperor Rosel only writes the year on the first entry. Only writes the year of the first entry of each year. It cannot be determined which year the 2 pages with September and November belong to. Who is this pathetic fellow he discovered? Where do I share it? What channel? The Lord of the Mysteries one. Like the regular old Lord of the Mysteries. What about dogs? When you're gonna get When are we getting puppies to look at, Josh? Dog. My brother in Christ. I have 8 dogs total. 8 of them are, like, technically puppies. Right? 1, not bringing the puppies in the room with the kittens. Secondly, Kirbs is right. I'm a cat guy. And thirdly, I don't want to. I don't give a fuck about those dogs. They ain't mine. I only look after them. I don't feed them. I don't walk them. That ain't my business. They ain't never gonna be my business either. Anyway, let's carry on reading. What do digesting and acting really mean? Where is this forsaken land of the gods? These question bubbles in Klein's mind. It made him eager to immediately gather all of the Emperor Rosel's diaries and read it from cover to cover. Klein? At that moment, old Neil asked puzzlingly across him. Klein jolted awake as he hurriedly covered it up with a laugh. I thought I'd be the special one I was trying to decipher and interpret it. You are young indeed. Old Niall nodded, laughing. I once believed that I was a special one as well. I didn't know the beef was this deep. What, between me and dogs? Yeah, you can entirely blame my mother. Get 11, reader? No. I'm not listening to an audiobook. Beef deeper than deep. Klein flipped through the 3 pages. In his head, after confirming that he did not miss anything, he handed it over to old Neil and thoughtlessly asked, do we only have these pages? I want to see more of Emperor Rosel's diary. Did you think there would be many? Neil asked, Crest the script as his wrinkles deepened from his scoff. There's not many incidents in the year that involve Beyonders and mystery to begin with. The major reason the gradual extinction of extraordinary species in our northern continent. Without them, they would not Without them, there won't be a lot of potions, causing the number of Beyonders to reduce with time. Over the past few centuries, dragons, giants, and elves have become simply records in books. Even the sea folk are no longer seen near the coastal waters. I don't know why his accent's slowly turning into this. Then will you show us the kittens? What will you show us when the kittens are gone? I'll simply just grab the big-ass cat. I've got a big-ass orange Maine Coon. On the big phone, LOTM, Francis in French, Leon in British, Faisak in Russian, and others. I did not know if you knew that. Oh, I 100% should have fucking known that. I literally pointed out, like, the Netherlands, point of view from the early chapters. Oh, no, you're so fucking right. You're so fucking right. I'm actually so mad I didn't notice that. I'm actually so mad I didn't notice that. We're gonna get big boy cats. The fairies are slowly forming. Slowly. Who typed that message out? Alma? I don't know if we can said Italy the South. Yeah, I'm a not. Yeah, okay. Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly thought of a meme. He immediately said with a smile, "I think it's time to establish a Dragons and Giants Protection Association." O'Neill looked confused when he heard that. He looked at him for quite some time to figure out what he meant. After figuring out its meanings, he rammed the table and laughed quietly, heartily, in a not-so-gentlemanly manner. "Klein, you are humorous. This is a tradition of the Leon Kingdom. It's good that young people have a sense of humor. I believe that we shouldn't be overly narrow in scope. Why are we only protecting dragons and giants? Shouldn't we call Fantastic Beast Protection Society?" Said what? Oh, about the, like, actual differences from the names of different regions. Specifically, Leon being British, which makes more sense than it being, like, predominantly Greece. It is still predominantly Greek, but, you know. Do you guys understand the joke? What, the Fantastic Beasts and where to find them? The FBPA? No, I don't understand the joke in this. Nor this, really. No. How can we forget the poor... No. How can we forget the poor plants? Klein shook his head. They exchanged looks and proclaimed an union. Fantastic Organism Protection Association. Check Discord. Ah, there we go. Yep. Thank you, Merlin. Peter for dragons. That's kind of funny. You said you needed space. Oh boy. Yeah, I'll use this next stream. Dinovation. You know what? I'll try and find out what the fuck that chapter is. We got better at home ass names. Yeah. Both them laughed tactically. The awkwardness and unfamiliarity of the atmosphere between them dissipated considerably. There are fewer interesting people like you these days. Where was I? Old Neil's wrinkles suffused a smile as he said, "I remember. There are not many incidents a year that involve Beyonders and mystery to begin with. The retards who reserve Emperor Roselle are the minority of minority. It's already pretty good that we can obtain these free scripts. Well, the other large cathedrals or dioceses might have some." After muttering a few words, he took an approval note which Klein had placed on the table earlier and took a look. Pistol bullets, rifle bullets, and steam-pressured bullets? It's a revolver, Klein answered honestly. Okay. Oh, Neil, you're not supposed to say that. Yeah, kind of just a gnarly thing to blurt out to the new guy. You know? Be like, he's fine. Huh? Oh, yeah. Fine, good ass. Alright, I'll go get them. Do you have an armpit holster? As a gentleman, we can't let you have something bulging below your waist in public. O'Neill made a joke that all men understood. No, I do need to get. Do I need to get the captain included? Klein smiled cooperatively. O'Neill stood up and said, "There's no need. I just need to make a record. It's an accessory item. Repeat after me. Accessory item." Were you a teacher in the past? Joked Klein. I spent some time in the church Sunday school and some free schools. O'Neill waved the note and took a key from the drawer. He opened the iron door and led them to the inner chamber. Beyond us did not seem much different from commoners, Klein murmured silently before casting his gaze at the table where 3 pages of the diary were. Bro's freaky, yeah. Already making dick jokes. Emperor Roselle is indeed involved in the realm of mystery. His diary is invaluable. To others, they're just pieces of old scrap paper. It is unknown when they will be deciphered, but they are valuable treasures to me. I wonder what remains. I wonder where the remaining parts of the diary are. I have to think of where to get more. Klein's mind went through upheavals as he hardly calmed down. This continued until O'Neill came out and closed the iron door. O'Neill do be funny. I fuck with O'Neill. 10 demon hunting bullets, 30 revolver bullets, and an oxhide armpit holder, and the 7th Unit Special Operations Department badge. Please count them, and give them a try. Remember to sign the logbook. O'Neill placed the items down on the table. The revolver bullets were arranged neatly in a paper box, which was divided into 3 layers. The bullets shimmered with a yellow sheen. Just like the bullets at home, they appeared narrower. As for the demon hunting bullets, they were kept in a smaller iron box. The shape was identical to the regular revolver bullets, but the surface was silver in color. Upon more careful examination, they were complicated and dazzling patterns with tiny sacred emblems, a black background dotted with stars and half-crimson moon engraved at the bottom. That is too much fucking detail to be putting on a bullet, brother. The oxhide holster felt solid and came with a belt and buckle. Beside it was a badge half the size of its palm. It was a metallic background with All Country Police Department and the 7th Unit Special Operations Department inscribed in silver text. They formed almost two seal circles and surrounded the two-crossed sword with a crown police emblem. Unfortunately, it's not a Nighthawk's badge, Klein said, half wistfully and half probingly. O'Neill's probably the best thing for Klein. Yeah. Cuttlefish loves detailed descriptions. True that. That was an absolute must-know, Joshua. What, this? I mean, the tiny black patterns on the stars seem like the same thing that we saw when we're going into the entrance of Dune's, like, little room thing. It's more so this that slightly concerns me. A black background dotted with stars and a half-crimson moon. Specifically graved at the bottom for the demon hunting bullets. You just know the author should work for From Software at this point. God fucking no. God fucking no. Maybe with Duskblood, sure, because that's actively meant to be a bollocks, what's it called? I literally said it before. HP Lovecraft-esque multiplayer game that I do not think is going to sell well. Not as well as the actual next mainline game. O'Neill smiled and urged Klein to test the armpit holster. After he took off the jacket, Klein took quite a bit of effort to buckle up the holster, which hung close to his left armpit. Not bad. He put on his jacket again. O'Neill sized him up and nodded with satisfaction. It suits you well. My judgment is accurate as usual. If that was the case, Brianna Fruit would have had 2-page descriptions. Item descriptions everywhere. Oh my god, FromSoft already has like a shit ton of item descriptions everywhere, brother. After putting away the other items in his pockets and signing the logbook, Klein had a short, casual conversation with O'Neill before leaving. Halfway, he suddenly slapped himself in the forehead. I forgot to learn about the sequences and potions. It's the photo of Emperor Rosel's diary. At this point, he was still unaware what the first sequence of the complete pathway of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. All he knew is that it started with sequence 9. Rosane had apparently mentioned something. The Sleepless? Just as Klein was slowly walking towards the stairs, a person came down. He wore tight trousers and made movements easy. His white shirt was not tucked in, and he had a clear romantic temperature of the poet. Oh, it's this guy again. He was no other than the black-haired green police inspector who previously came to search Klein's place. They had met upstairs previously. They just did not exchange words. Good afternoon, greeted the young poet-like Nighthawk with a smile. Good afternoon. I believe I do not need to introduce myself, answered Klein humorously. There's no need. I have a deep impression of you. The young Nighthawk extended his right hand and said, Leonard Mitchell, Sequence 8, Midnight Poet. That's Sitchell. I need Mitchell. Leonard! Sequence 8. He's really a poet? Klein, smiling, seemingly shook his hand as a return with a question. You have a deep impression of me? Leon Mitchell's green eyes were deep as he replied with a very faint smile. You have a special disposition. He feels and sounds so gay. Write the sequence names down, Joshua. What was it? Midnight Poet? Leon's a special boy. Better than to look them up. Spoiled, probably. Sequence scenes were very important. Fantastic. Well, good to know. I'll keep it in that. Whatever sequence he is. He feels and sounds so gay. The corners of Klein's mouth moved slightly as he barely said with a smile, I don't think so myself. I'm sure he meant queer. A Chinese dude is writing this. He meant gay. He definitely meant it. Special, in fact, he's so diva. After encountering an incident like that, you remained alive despite not receiving our protection. Immediately? That makes you special enough, Leon pointed ahead. I have to replace the captain. I have to replace the captain. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Klein turned to make way for Nighthawk. As he walked to the end of the stairwell, Leon Mitchell suddenly turned around and stared at the stone-paved ground, which was illuminated by the yellow sunset. He muttered into the air softly. Did you manage to notice anything? Indeed, there's nothing special about him. Huh. Interesting. Unlike Shadow Slave, where you get told the whole power system off the bat, that's what I'd prefer. Honestly, I prefer to just be, when it comes to the direct power system, if it's going to be sequences and the different sequences do different things, I'd prefer to just be like, here's what it does. Bro said queer. I'm thinking Victorian England, lol. Well, this is a modern Chinese dude. Who's thinking this? That's exactly what Leon is. Sus. A little bit. Ooh, starting sequence. Chapter 22, Starting Sequence. After he went up the stairs and returned to the reception hall, Klein was about to bid Roselle farewell when he heard the brown-haired girl mention briskly, Captain says that you have to come in on Monday. He wants to settle your household affairs first. Josh, get used to it. Fuck. God damn it. Alright. Klein never expected the Nighthawk's management to be so humane and accommodating. It made him feel a little grateful. But not all of it, the power system at once, obviously. He was planning on walking early. The next morning to make use of the opportunity to wander around to visit the Tingen University. He planned on informing the staff in charge of the interview that he was not participating and in follow-up interviews. After all, he had originally obtained the opportunity to make an interview because of his professor's recommendation letter. Regardless, it was basic courtesy to have a formal closure. Even if it was for himself, he had to respect his mentor's efforts. In a world without telephones, where telegrams were charged by a character, and the fact that it would be too late to send a letter, he felt that taking a public carriage to the university was the most economical and suitable solution. Don't worry. Yeah. Alright. I won't have to worry about it then. There we go. Having received the captain's special approval, Klein did not need to tire himself out. He could wake up late and still make his way there on time. Klein was about to take off his hat to bid Roselle farewell and then suddenly thought of something. He looked around, suppressed his voice. Roseanne, do you know what the starting sequence of the church complete sequence is? The starting point of the church's complete sequence is? He had forgotten to ask old Neil. Roseanne's eyes widened and she looked at Klein before. You wish to become a Beyonder? Was I that obvious? Klein's body language betrayed him as he answered in embarrassment. Having learned that extraordinary and mysterious powers exist in the world, it's inevitable that I have some yearning for it. Y'all remember Bloodborne? Unpopular opinion, but the game needs a sequel. Lol. I don't think the game needs a sequel, like, at all. I think it desperately needs a remake. And Hayao Miyazaki should probably get off his ass and fucking greenlit it. Because trying to play that game nowadays fucking sucks. It's actually unbearable how not fun it is to play Bloodborne nowadays. That is not an unpopular opinion. What I said is an unpopular opinion. It needing a remake? No. It desperately needing a remake is unpopular. What you said is not unpopular, like, at all. I know you're joking, but still. Oh my goodness, do you know how dangerous it is? Didn't the captain tell you? The enemies of Beyonders are not just cultists and dark warlocks, but themselves. People lose control nearly every year, and some even end up sacrificing themselves. Are you going to consider how your family would feel? Roseanne's hand gestures amplified her tone as her reaction apparently overly agitated. No, it needs a port also. I mean, that would probably come with it. Let's be honest now. Nah, for what audience? Literally nobody wants to play Bloodborne for real. Oh yeah, you know, only one of the, what is it, top 10 best-selling PlayStation games of all time? What would it even be about? We don't kill anything by the end, if I remember. Well, first of all, it's FromSoft, so trying to figure out what a fucking ending is for Bloodborne or any kind of From Software game is already a fucking hassle in itself if it's not Dark Souls 1 and 2. Dark Souls 1 and 2, we know for a fact that, like, we at least ignite the ending because of Dark Souls 3. Klein, I think the better choice is to be a civil staff. It's not near, there's nearly no danger. Our salary increases every year, and after a few years of work, you will have saved enough. You would have saved up much money, allowing you to rent a bowlog in the North Boroughs or in the suburbs. You can marry the rich and charming lady if you have a wonderful family, having an adorable little angels. Roseanne, stop. Hold up. Klein hurriedly stopped her exasperation when she realized that she was changing the subject. I just want to well, understand the basics for now. The other day I saw modding Elden Ring with Bloodborne weapons and mechanics. Ah, yeah, the fucking, I've seen that. It's so sick. I want to play it, but I know it'd kill. I know my PC would explode. Jacksepticeye is a part of the Bloodborne fandom. He's a part of the Bloodborne franchise. He's producing the fucking movie. What's that movie gonna be about? Oh, what would the Bloodborne movie be about? Probably the downfall of the church or the cult. Ooh, maybe a movie about the trial chambers would actually be kind of sick. That'd be kind of sick because we actually don't know anything about the trial chambers. Alright, Roseanne fell silent for a few seconds as she lowered her gaze, feeling somewhat sorry. Due to what happened to my father, whenever I face similar problems, I tend to, well, you know, a little agitated. Whatever. To be honest, I'm filled with respect towards any man or woman who willingly wishes to be a Nighthawk. I understand, echoed Klein. Roseanne blinked light brown eyes and added, "My father once said that you should never think that they can resolve hidden tasks or combat dangers by simply becoming more powerful or a higher sequence. In fact, it was the opposite. They will encounter more terrifying matters when facing the unknown or terrifying existences. Death and insanity are only two outcomes." He ended up sacrificing himself 2 weeks after saying that. "Klein, don't look at me with pity. My life is great now. Really great. It's only right to feel fear towards others these matters." "I only need to know the basics," Klein repeated his previous reply. Whether or not he should laugh or cry. Yeah, no, she... Captain explained it more clearly than you, and even if I don't become a Beyonder, I have already encountered something extraordinary. "Alright," said Roseanne ruminatively. "I heard Captain and O'Neill's conversation before. As extraordinary creatures are declining or going extinct, a few high sequences exist in this era. It's becoming more impressive to become a Beyonder. The combination of Tengen City and the suburbs and hundreds of thousands of people, maybe even more so, yet there's only about 30 plus Beyonders. Well, that's just my guess, not counting the cultists and the Dark Warlocks we had in this world." Answer his fucking question, woman! Oh my days! Without waiting for Klein to respond, she seemed to regain her vibrancy as she clutched her fist and brought it out of her chest. "Among these 30 plus Beyonders, most of them are at sequence 9. It seems I have gone off topic. It's okay, I have some... that's okay, it's something I wanted to know as well." Klein wished that Roseanne could be like her usual self, revealing more information as she rambles on. "Anyway, it's already very, very impressive to become a Beyonder," Roseanne repeated herself. "The starting sequence of our church complete sequence is Sleepless, sequence 9. Is this different from Leon's one? I'll just write down as a different sequence. Hoping to be right. I'm open to different things. Different things? Alright, thank fuck I wrote it down as a different thing. Klein nodded. Indeed, Klein nodded as he was watching Roseanne fade, finding hard to stop herself in describing in detail. "You should be able to guess from the name, a sleepless is someone who does not need to sleep at night. 3 or 4 hours of rest a day should be sufficient." "Man, I'm envious." "No, not at all. Sleep is a gift bestowed to us by the goddess. It should be a truthful bliss." Where was I? Ah, right. A sleepless can see through the darkness, even without any light. The deeper into the night, the more powerful they become. I mean, more powerful in their aspect or their physical strength, their intuition and their mental capabilities. However, although they can detect unknown dangers that lurk in the dark, they still have to rely on demon hunting bullets and other items to handle monsters they are unable to deal with via normal means. My father was a sleepless once. Without waiting, Klein pressed on. Roseanne continued. After that, sequence 9 is Midnight Poet, and 1 level higher is sequence 7, Nightmare. So it is a part of the same thing. The only thing that confused me initially from the outsider's perspective of the novel is that Lord of the Mystery System counts down and Shadow Slave counts up. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. Technically? No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I need to go shop. I'll be back in like 15 to 20 minutes approx. You are indeed correct. Okay. Yay. Sequence 7 is midnight. Wait, I should probably write down what the actual fucking thing is, shouldn't I? Half the time. Full moon. Those are the same thing? Alright. And what was the other one? Oh, yeah. Sequence 7 is Nightmare. I'm going to Diara stream, everybody. Good night. Alright, later, Merlin. So I know they don't exactly line up, but Sequence 9 is the equivalent of a sleeper from Shadow Slave. Yeah. I figured that much. There's just more down to the pathway and what's seemingly, I guess, more complicated instructions is the way we get. My power didn't turn off, but it's not the best right now. What the fuck was that? I guess I'm just gonna look like this for a fat fucking minute. Yeah, but I guess sequence 9 and 8 are the seem to be equal to sleeper. Seems to be the rough equivalent. Without waiting for Klein to press on, Roseanne continued. After that, it's sequence 8, Midnight Poet, and one level higher than that is sequence 7, Nightmare. Nightmare? Klein instantly recalled that Dune Smith had guided his streams. He asked as a confirmation. Captain? You know about it? Roseanne's mouth nearly turned into a shape. Captain entered my dream once. Klein glanced around as he lowered his voice once more. Got it. Roseanne was elated as she answered with a whisper. Rosanna. Yes, and no sequence 9 to 7 can be at a sleeper level or awakened level. Okie dokie. She picked up a cup of coffee beside her and sipped it before saying wistfully, there are only 2 sequence 7 beyonders in the Tingen City Church. It's likely that Captain is one of them. If he goes to a larger distance, like backlog, he's still an impressive figure. Some deacons might not even be stronger than he is. So Captain is that impressive. Klein's voice echoed a smile. Frankly, Dune Smith's appearance last night had left a deep impression on him. He had basically believed that Dune was an extremely powerful Beyonder. Of course, Roseanne proudly straightened her back. In moments, the scattered-brained her said with a vexed expression, "As for what's above Sequence 7, I have no idea. Among the Midnight Hawks, perhaps only Captain will know." Then what about the other starting sequences? The ones that aren't complete? Klein was satisfied as he changed the subject. It had been said that Rosanna's description of Sleepless did not match his imagination and expectations of Beyonders. However, it's not like he wished to become a perfect sequence. He did not become a perfect sequence 9. Was likely one that could study and grasp knowledge of the mystery. By doing so, his leverage on them would figure the reason for his transmigration and lay foundations of his future transmigration back. How's stream going? Stream's fine. We're learning about the different sequences of the Evernight Goddess Church right now. So we've got Sleeper, Midnight Poet, and Nightmare. So all of this is kind of becoming interesting to me. AFK, got it. So it depends on the pathway that they have chosen. It's not always a direct comparison, even within Lord of the Mysteries. Besides dying, going as smooth as butter beside the dying light here and there. Yeah, my main light just turned off for some fucking reason. Rosanna thought for a moment before saying, "I'm not that interested in this aspect. I only know we have more than other churches. After that, the goddess is the mother of secrets. Well, there should be about 2 or 3. Some of our teammates are cold and distant, making me fear them. They also have a strange smell to them. Other members, well, I mean, you should talk to O'Neill. He knows a lot, as well as quite a number of interesting magical rituals. Let me think. He mentioned his Sequence 9 title, which is also the name of the potion formula. Ah, yes, it's Mystery Prayer. Quite a number of interesting rituals. Mystery Prayer sounds very close to what I want. Oh, let's open up the book, shall we? The pathway sequences names get hard to remember this time. Yeah, that makes sense. Whatever the fuck O'Neill's one is. Mystery Prior. But it's like counting memories, no? Kinda. I stopped keeping track of sequence names at, like, volume 2. Yeah. Yeah, from what I've glanced about the power system, I don't even fucking blame you. In addition, I also know the name of Sequence 7, the kind that's incomplete. Roseanne said with a flaunting tone. She just had thought of recalling. What is it? Klein was abnormally curious. In a world where higher sequences were scarce and the point of them possibly not existing, Sequence 7 possibly considered quite a potent force in the church. Roseanne revealed a sweet smile as she replied smugly, "Spirit medium." MDM? Dale? Asked Klein subconsciously. That's interesting. Spirit medium. It's really hard to remember without taking notes. I take notes of pretty much everything I read anyway, if I'm going to be making content on it at the very least. That's why you do keep notes of it. Don't do stupid things like I did and look at the wiki and get spoiled for the whole system. Fair. Roseanne's eyed once and once again when she defied. How do you know of that too? I met MDM, Dale. Is MDM a fuck up in the translation? Is it meant to be madam? Every day I check the wiki, I get spoiled and more motivated to read on. Yeah, it's madam. Okay. Everyone goes through that phase. Yeah. Alright, said Roseanne with an envious tone. If I can become a spirit medium, one just like Madam Dale, then I'll be willing to become a Beyonder. No, I'll consider it carefully for 10 minutes. Yeah, Madam Dale's fulfills all of my imaginations as a Beyonder, echoed Klein in a slightly agitated manner. Joshua never look at the wiki. Brother, I know. Fellow fools who get spoiled. Just ping one on the mods. I'll look for what you need. Alright. Personal ChatGPT Kirbs. That'll just, that is good. You said you needed space. Having fulfilled his goals, he chatted idly with Roseanne for a few minutes until he realized that he was not going to get any new information. He took off his hat and bowed before leaving. As he walked down the stairs, Klein suddenly stopped after taking a few steps, reached out a pad of notes in his inner pocket. Immediately following that, he took out 12 gold pound notes and clenched them tightly in his palm. Then, he reached out his hand into in his pocket and refused to release or pull them out. Without realizing it, a smile appeared on his face. According to customs of the foodaholic Empire China, a treat had to be given after earning money. It's time to give Melissa a treat tonight. Chapter 23, Sidearm. As Klein walked down Zoutland and was taking in a warm, humid breeze, he suddenly realized something. He only had 3 pence of change. If he had returned to the Iron Crush streets via public carriage, it would cost him 4 pence. If he had handed over 1 gold pound note, it would be akin to using a $100 bill to buy a bottle of cheap mineral water back on Earth. There was nothing wrong with that, it was just quite awkward to do so. Should I use 3 pence to travel 3 kilometers and walk the rest of the journey? Klein reached into his pockets with one hand and as he slowed down his pace, considering other solutions. That won't do. Soon he rejected the idea. It would take a while to walk the remaining journey, considering he was carrying 12 pounds, a massive fortune, was not safe. Furthermore, he had deliberately not brought the revolver with him, afraid that the Midnight Hawks would confiscate it. If he were to encounter the danger that investigated Welch's death, there was no way that he could fight back. Get some changes in nearby bank? No way, there's only 0.5% proceeding free. That was way too extravagant. Klein shook his head silently, and just thought of the fees involved pained his heart. Having ruled out one solution after another, Klein's eyes suddenly lit up as he saw a clothing shop in front of him. That's right. Wouldn't the normal course of action be to buy something appropriately priced at some change? A formal suit, shirt, a vest, trousers, and leather boots, and a cane are all within the budget. They had been bought sooner or later. Oh, it's very troublesome then fitting clothes. Besides, Benson knows more than me, and he's better at bargaining. I should consider it only after he's back. Then should I buy a cane? That's right. As the saying goes, a cane is a gentleman's best friend of the fence. It's only as good as a crowbar. A gun in one hand and a cane in another in combat is a civilized person. After debating internally, Klein made up his mind and turned around and entered the clothes shop. The Wilker Clothes and Hat. The clothing store layout resembled a clothing store on Earth. The left wall was filled with rows of formal attire. The middle row was decked with things like shirts, trousers, vests, and bow ties. And on the right were leather shoes and boots placed inside glass cabinets. Sir, how may I help you? The male salesperson, dressed in a white shirt and red vest, came over and asked politely. In the Leon Kingdom, rich and powerful gentlemen of high standards enjoyed wearing black suits compromising of white shirts matched with black vests and trousers. The colors were relatively monotonous, so they required the male servant, salesmen, and service attendants to dress more brightly and colorful in order to distinguish themselves from their masters. In contrast, the ladies and mistress wore dresses of all kinds of glamorous fashion. As such, maidservants would wear black and white. That's a nice little interesting contrast. Klein thought for a moment before answering the male salesperson's question. A cane, something that's heavier and harder. The kind that can crack skulls of others. The red-vested salesman sized up Klein figuratively before leading him into the store. He then pointed to a row of canes in the corner. That cane, inlaid with gold, is made out of iron-hard wood. It's both very heavy and hard. It costs about 11 soil, 7 pence. Do you want to give it a try? 11 soil and 7 pence? Why don't you rob a bank? Big deal with gold and clay. Klein was shocked by the price. With an unperturbed expression, he nodded gently. Alright. The salesperson took down the iron hardwood cane, fuck off, and carefully handed it to Klein, seemingly afraid that Klein would drop and break the merchandise. Klein took the cane and found it heavy. He tried moving it and discovered he could not swing it smoothly as he wanted. It's too heavy. Klein shook his head in relief. This is not an excuse. The salesperson took back the cane and pointed at another 3 canes. This one's made out of the walnut wood, created by the Tingen's most famous cane artisan, Mr. Hayes. It's priced at 10 soil and 3 pence. This one's made of ebony wood and inlaid with silver. It's as hard as iron, costing 7 soil and 6 pence, and this one from the core of the white boil tree is also inlaid with silver, costing 7 soil and 10 pence. So he's probably going to go with the ebony wood one. Klein tried each one of them and found that the... "Hi, Alma," and found them the appropriate weight. Then he tapped them with his fingers to gain an understanding of their hardness. Finally, he chose the cheapest one. Yeah, I thought so. "I'll take the one made out of ebony wood." Klein pointed at the cane with the silver inlay which the salesperson was holding. "No problem, sir. Please follow me to proceed with the payment. In the future, if this cane is scuffed or stained, you can hand it in for another one, handling for free." Nice little insurance policy there. The salesperson led the Klein to counter. Klein took the opportunity to release four gold pound notes from his tight grip and removed two of the smaller denominations. "Good day, sir. That'll be 7 soyos and 6 pence. The cashier behind the counter greeted with a smile. Klein was planning on maintaining the gentlemanly image, but then he extended his hand with one gold pound note, and he could ask, "Can I get a discount?" Sir, what we have is all handcrafted, so our costs are very high," the salesperson began the answer. "Since our boss isn't here, we are unable to lower the prices." The cashier behind the counter added, "Sorry. Sir, sorry about that." Alright. Klein handed over the notes and received the black silver inlaid cane. While waiting for the change to be given, he took a few steps back to distract himself from how he swung around them. The wind sounded heavy when the cane sliced through the air. Klein nodded satisfaction. Klein really is just a man, isn't he? Picks up a big stick and all of a sudden he's fucking throwing it around like a lunatic. Oh yeah. He looked forward again, preparing to see the notes of coins, but was appalled to see that the red-vested salesman retreating far away. The cashier from behind the counter had retracted into the corner, leaning close to a double-barrel shotgun hanging to the wall. The Young Kingdom had a semi-regular policy on firearms. To possess a firearm, one needed to apply in a all-purpose weapon urge certificate or a hunter's license. Regardless of which type, one could still be in the possession of restricted military firearms such as repeaters, steam-pressured guns, and 6-barrel machine guns. Well, mine! Give me a minute. People are gonna try and burn this fucking house down. When are we getting the threaded cane from BB? From BB? Baby! This is gonna be an amazing journey. Power systems are fucking hard to make, so... doing nothing and complaining about it isn't gonna help you out there. I'm not gonna lie, Quips. Oh yeah. An all-purpose weapon usage certification could be used to purchase or store any kind of civilian firearm, but earning the certificate was extremely troublesome. Even merchants and substantial standings might not be approved. A hunter's license was relatively easy. Even farmers in the suburbs could receive the approval. However, the license was limited to hunting guns with restricted numbers. People with sizable assets would tend to apply for one, such for self-defense in emergency situations, as of now. Have been doing nothing, been trying to think of ideas. To no avail. To no avail? Really? Klein looked at the two-way salesman at the corner with his mouth twitched and chuckled. Not bad. This cane is perfect for swinging. I'm very pleased. Realizing that he had no intent of assaulting them, the cashier behind the counter relaxed. He handed over the notes and coins he had taken out over with both hands. Klein took a look at what he received and saw 2 5-soil notes, 1 soil note, and a 5-pence coin and 1 penny coin. He could not help but nod inwardly. After the 2-second pause, he ignored the way the salesman looked at him with third and 4 notes, took the 4 notes towards the light and ensured an anti-counterfeit watermark were present. What? Klein put away the notes and the coins when he was done with the cane. And Handy he tipped his hat and walked out of the Winker clothing and hats. He extravagantly spent 6 pence by taking a short distance trackless carriage before transferring once again, before reaching the home safe and sound. After closing the door, he counted the £11 and 12 soiled notes thrice before placing them into the desk drawer. He found the bronze revolver in the wooden grip. Nope, can't do it. Can't do it right now. 5 brass bullets fell into the table, and Klein inserted the silver demon hunting bullets, which had complicated patterns of the Dark Crest emblem, onto the revolver's cylinder. Like before, he only inserted 5 rounds and left an empty spot to preserve any misfires. The remaining rounds were placed to... Come on then, Fassy. Like before, he only... Oh yeah, the remaining rounds were placed together with the 5 ordinary bullets in a small iron case. He snapped the cylinder in place, giving him a sense of security. He excitedly lodged the revolver into the holster at his armpits and buckled it securely. Then he repeatedly practiced unbuckling the drawer of the gun. He rested whenever his arm ached, and then continued until sunset when he had heard the sounds of the tenants walking along the corridors outside. Phew. Klein let out a foul breath before putting his revolver back into his armpit holster. Spell correctly, cunt! I really should have a completely different screen to my fucking mindless note writing. Just writing down, this boy's fucking around with his gun and canes, do not let him into America. Only did he take off his formal suit and vest, he wore back his usual brownish yellow coat and swung his arms around to relax them. He heard the sound of nearing footsteps before the twisting sound of an inserted key. Melissa, with her soft black hair, entered. Her nose twitched a little as she swept the glaze towards the unlit stove. The luster in her eyes dimmed slightly. Klein, I have to heat up the leftovers from last night. Benson will likely be home tomorrow. Melissa turned to look at her brother. Klein had his hands in his pockets and leaned against the edge of the desk. He smiled and said, "No, let's eat out." "Eat out?" Melissa questioned in surprise. "How does the Silver Crown restaurant at the Foiled Street sound? I heard they serve delicious food," suggested Klein. But Melissa said in a Melissa was still confused. Klein grinned and said, "To celebrate my new job." "You found a job?" Melissa's voice rose unknowingly. "But isn't Tingen University interview tomorrow?" "Another job." Klein gave a faint smile before finishing the stack of notes from the drawer. They even gave me an advance for 4 weeks' pay. Moving up in the world, he now has a whole suit cane gun to his name. I don't think he bought the suit. I think he just bought the cane. If he bought the suit, it was not explained well. Or at all, really. From what I understand, it's just the fucking game that he bought. Fuck, Melissa looked at... They even gave me Melissa looked at the 4 gold pounds in soil, and her eyes widened. "Goodness, what job did you get?" "This." Klein's expression froze as he deliberated on his answer. "A security company whose mission is to seek, collect, and protect ancient relics. They are in need of a professional consultant. It's a 5-year contract, earning me about £3 a week." "You were vexing over this last week? You were vexing over this last night?" asked Melissa at the moment of silence. Klein nodded. "Yes, although becoming an academic of Tingen University is respectable, I prefer this job." "Well, it isn't bad either." Melissa gave an encouraging smile. She asked half suspiciously and half courteously, "Why would they give you an advance payment of 4 full weeks?" It's because we need to move. We need a place with more rooms and a bathroom that belong to us," said Klein with while grinning and shrugging. He felt his smile was impeccable, just short of the word surprised. Melissa was stunned momentarily before she suddenly spoke out in a fluster. "Klein, we're living quite well now. My occasional grumblings of not having a personal bathroom is just a habit. Do you remember Jenny? She lives next door to us, but ever since her father was injured, she lost her job and has no choice but to move to the lower street. The family of 5 ended up staying in one room, and 3 of them are sleeping in a bunk bed. The 2 of them are sleeping on the ground, and they wish to rent the remaining spots for someone. Compared to them, we are really very lucky. Don't wish your salary on this matter. Besides, I love Mr. Samiran's bakery." "Sis, why is your reaction completely different from how it played out in my head?" Klein's expectation went blank when he heard his sister. "She knows that she understands the money situation is not going to be forever." His sister is too smart. She needs to be removed. Hey! Let's not be putting the suspicious wording in our mouths here, right? Chapter 24. Penny Pincher. The sky outside was gradually dyed golden as Klein looked at Melissa's eyes. He was momentarily at a loss for words. One of the lines he prepared could have been used. He coughed lightly twice and quickly racked his brains. Melissa, this isn't a waste of salary. In the future, my colleagues as well as Benson's colleagues might visit. Are we going to host them in such a place? Then when Benson and I get married and have wives, are we still going to be sleeping in bunk beds? None of you have fiancés yet, right? We can wait a little while to save up more money in the meantime, answered Melissa in a logical consent manner. No, Melissa, this is a societal rule. Klein was stumped, and it could only count on lofty principles. Since I'm earning £3 a week, I should look at earning £3 a week. I should look like I'm earning £3 a week. See, this is how an idiot thinks. Sake is getting excited. Nobody offends Melissa. This is my evil twin. Don't worry about it, Kirbs. It's your evil twin. Shut up, lad. To be honest, after having rented an apartment before with others, Zamagiri was no stranger to his present living conditions as Klein. He was very used to it, but it became more of his past experience that he knew how to innovate such an environment was with a girl. Furthermore, his goal was to become a Beyonder and study mysticism and find his way home. In the future, he was bound to conduct some magical ritual home. Having too many people in the apartment building made incidents prone to happen. Klein saw that Melissa was about to continue arguing and then hurriedly added, "Don't worry, I'm planning to get a bungalow, but probably a terrace. Basically, it was to have a bathroom that we can call ours. Also, I have Mr. Samine's bread, Tingen's biscuits, and lemon cakes too. I can first consider placing it Iron Cross Street and Daffoyd Street." Melissa pouted her lips slightly and fell silent for a moment before nodding slowly. "Besides, I'm in no rush to move either. We have to wait for Benson's return," said Klein with a chuckle. We can't have him be shocked when he opens the door to find nothing, right? Imagine him saying in astonishment, "Where are my things? Where are my siblings? Where's my home? Is this my home? Did I make a mistake? Goodness, wake me up if it's just a dream. Where's my home going after a few days of absence?" His mimicking of Benson's tone made Melissa involuntarily smile as her eyes scrunched up and revealed her shallow dimples. "No, mister. Frankly, would definitely be waiting at the door to get Benson to hand over the apartment key. Benson wouldn't even be able to come up." The girl disparaged the measly landlord. Sounds like the landlord's a dick. I will say there is something kind of off-putting about Klein's eagerness to return home with how he's been. Have you met Benson before yet? Have you met Benson yet, Joshua? No. There is something kind of strange to me about Klein's behavior when it comes to Melissa and his attitude towards going home. Because he clearly cares. Right? He clearly cares about Melissa. And obviously that's probably more so due to the fact that he has the actual Klein Moretti's memories. And that's his actual fucking biological sister, so he's probably just, like, a bit rewired in that sense. And his eagerness to return home is still, like, quite a bit away. But with how much time he's probably had to, like, spend with her and eat with her and, like, go shopping for her and all this and that. I'm surprised he isn't really living in the actual moment. Like, it sounds like he just kind of, you know, trying to get it done and over with quickly rather than actually be happy with what he's got currently. Just a shocking kind of thing. Also, when the fuck did we get the 27 legs? If you care so much about going home, won't forming emotional attachments become a setback at some point? But he's already formed an emotional attachment, though. That's the thing. He already is emotionally attached to Melissa. And Benson a bit. We've had, like, a good bit of dialogue and attitude changes towards how he's been doing this and that. I don't know. I just find his behavior strange. But not as strange as I find it to be that we have 15 viewers and 27 fucking likes, and not one of you cunts decide to tell me that. Anyway.
Kitten time!
Yeah, Baba. Kitten number 1. Bam. I like this one. She's probably got the prettiest face in my opinion. She's definitely got the prettiest face. Also, am I fucking crazy? No. Alright, I'll go grab the other 2. Cutie. 9 out of 10. Yep. Here we have Effie. Bam. 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 God, you are fucking loud. It's a good job I named you Effie, isn't it? And last, but certainly not least, we have Kai. Probably has the prettiest cry at them also. You know what? It's kind of ironic how they're all named after the cohort of Shadow Slave, and yet they've all got, like, perfectly fitting names. Bitch, am I crazy? I've got you, big dog. I've got you. How about stop fucking clawing my hand? Look how beautiful its coat is. Kai to go. Kai big as fuck. I just like Kai for real. Yeah, beautiful voice. Objectively big cat. Not even. Not even. Not even the biggest out of its own litter. I think it's actually the second smallest next to Cassie. Anyway. Kitty! Kitty indeed. We like the we enjoy kitties on this channel. Like my ramble before wasn't a fucking evidence of that. In Mr. Moretti's household, all of them would like to make Mr. Frankly the butt of the jokes for every trivial and major matter. It was all thanks to Benson who initiated this practice. Joshua got Titan kittens this time. Cassie being small, whoa, lore accurate. I'm telling you, all of them have been named accurately. The biggest one is Effie. The one that sounds the cutest is called Kai. Yeah, I know. Sunny and Nefis are the black and white ones with a little gray streak. And then the smallest, like, blue-eyed one is Cassie. Josh is slowly turning me into a cat and dog lover. I remember the days where I used to like dogs. the days. What's up with you? What's up with you? What's the law, Joshua? Oh, we just have too many dogs. Good thing the top EXP chatter isn't giving me the chance to catch up. Who's the top EXP? I actually can't see it. And it's just not moving anymore. That's fucking great. Yeah, no. Right. Who's the top EXP person? Merlin? You've got some ways to go. You've got a long way to go, actually. Overexposure to them makes you like them less, I guess. It's less overexposure in that there's just so fucking many of them, and I want to deck them all in the mouth. They're all loud, they're all annoying, they're all too energetic. I just really don't care for dogs anymore. Anyway. Also. There we go. Right, there is no way he could switch the locks for the tenants after. Right, there's no way he could switch the locks for the tenants after Rose. Klein echoed with a smile. He pointed at the door and quipped, "Miss Melissa, shall we head to the Silver Crown restaurant for a celebration?" Melissa sighed gently and said, "Klein, do you know Selena, my classmate and good friend?" Selena, an image of a girl with wine red hair and deep brown eyes, surfaced in Klein's mind. Her parents were the Evernight goddess believers, and they had named after Saint Selena as their blessing. She was not yet 16 and half a year younger than Melissa. She was a happy, cheerful, outgoing lady. If I had gained the XP already, I'd be number 1. Yeah, probably. Here's the thing: even before you were mod, you were never gaining the XP, so I don't even know what the fuck up. I don't even know what the fuck is up with that. Yes, Klein nodded in affirmation. Her elder brother, Chris, is a lawyer. He currently earns close to £3 a week as well. His finance work is a part-time at a tapist, described Melissa. They have been engaged for more than 4 years to ensure a decent and stable life after marriage. They're still saving money to this very day. They have yet to go down the wedding aisle and plan to wait for at least another year. According to Selena, there are so many people like her and her brother, they typically get married after 28. You have to make advanced preparations and save up. Don't squander your money. It's because your YouTube account is below 18, I think. Imagine having a child YouTube account. I think my YouTube account actually says I'm like 28. I'm not even kidding. I actually think my YouTube account, if I look at what I put as my date of birth, it would probably say I'm 28, 29. It's crazy. It's just a meal at a restaurant. Is this the need to preach me at? Klein was rendered at a loss whether or not to cry or laugh. After a few seconds of thought, he said, "Melissa, I'm already earning £3 a week, and I have increments every year, and I'll have increments every year. There's no need for you to worry. But we need to save money in case of any unexpected emergencies. For example, what if the security company suddenly closes down? I have classmates whose father's company went bankrupt, and he had to find temporary work at the pyre, and the living conditions have been terrible instantly. She had no choice but to quit school," advised Melissa with a serious expression. "You just finished, not too far off, Unc." Go fuck yourself, sick. I just finished Reverend Insanity. Is it as good as people will claim, or is it a 15-year-old power fantasy that thinks being edgy is fun? Because I hear two different fucking things every goddamn time it pops up. And it's the same two things every fucking time. Advised Melissa with a serious expression. Khan extended his hand to cover his face. That security company and the government, yes, have some connections with the government. It is not easily closed down. My honest opinion, it's both. Most of the time, it's loppers who don't read past the first volume who really call it edgy. The first volume establishes the lengths he's willing to go to achieve his goals. Hard to hear an unbiased opinion of. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That makes sense. But even the government isn't stable. After every election, if the party in power changes, many people will have to have their positions stripped, and it turns into a mess. Melissa retorted it in an unyielding manner. Melissa's kind of cooking the fuck out of Klein. Like, she's fucking cooking him. What grip strength is this? Is that a grip strength thingy you have there, Josh? Yeah. It's a 60 kg one. Like, what's the max I can go? Like, I know the max is 60. Like, this is the max it can go, right? As a sister would, yeah. And look. It's not moving. You just gotta do that like 20 times a day. I'm trying to get it to 50 times a day, but fuck, that hurts your forearm. Especially when you already train it. Did I spell Melissa wrong? I did. Sis, you sure know a lot. Klein found the humor in his exasperation as he shook his head. Alright then. Then I'll boil up some soup with the leftovers from yesterday. Buy a pan-fried fish and a slab of black pepper beef, a small bottle of butter, and a cup of malt beer for me. Anyway, there still should be some celebration. No surprise there. What, that his sister fucking ripped into him? Or that I do this every day? Because sometimes I do just be reading, and I'd be like, just doing it down here. Multitasking at its finest, ADHD at its worst. That you spelled Melissa wrong? You also spelled Melissa wrong. It's one L and two S's. I spelled it almost the exact same way as you. Double L and one S. So, I think you bullshitting. They were commonly sold items by hawkers of the Iron Cross Street. A piece of pan-fried fish was about 6 to 8 pence, and a not-so-big piece of black-peppered beef was 5 pence. A cup of malt beer was a penny, and a bottle of butter weighed about a quarter a pound was 4 pence. But buying a pound of butter would only cost 1 soil and 3 pence. God damn. This translation is wrong, trust me. My source is that I made it the fuck up. Great minds think alike, something like that. Something like that. Something around that range. The original Klein was responsible for buying the ingredients during holidays, so he was no stranger to the prices. Klein did a little mental estimation that Melissa would need around like 1 soil and 6 pence. Therefore, he took out 2 soil notes. Alright, Melissa did not object to Klein's proposal. She did put down her backpack in solidarity and took the note. When he saw his sister taking out a tiny bottle for the butter and pot for the other food before briskly walking to the door, Klein thought for a moment and shouted out her name. Melissa, use the remaining money to buy some fruits. There were many hawkers at the Iron Cross who would buy low-quality or expiring fruits from another place. The residents were not outraged by this because the prices were extremely cheap. They could taste the magnificent flavors after removing the rotting parts, so it was cheap enjoyment. Don't compare my pristine fetus mind to Josh's demented, filth-filled, corrupted mind full of riz and working out. I do want... Kirbs, do you know when the brain technically fully develops before it starts eroding away? Do you know how many cycles a brain goes through? On an actual level. I don't know. Alright, great. I think 25. Not even close, right? There are 5 stages the brain goes through. 32. Close to a man. But no, still wrong. Tomorrow Itchy the Witch, correct? Yes. The brain goes through 5 stages of life. 2 before the age of 18, and then 3 more during the stages between 30, 50, and 60. Or 70, depending on the person, right? Those are the general ages, right? There's the period of time before your brain is able to really recognize anything. That is between the ages of 0 and 5. Then there's pattern recognition, which is when we start teaching kids shit, right? Basic English skills, basic maths, basic science, which is why you usually go to school between the periods of 5 to 22. Then the cutoff point between its exponential growth within pattern recognition is 25 to around 40, right? Pattern recognition slows down, but the ability to retain information at a wider breach becomes significantly better. Then during the periods of 45 to 60, I believe it is, your brain stops developing at a substantial pace, right? It retains information better, but you start like trading out the more mundane events and information that you learned during your younger years, since it should be muscle memory, right? And then there's the final period of stage between 60 to 70 is the starting point for most humans, and where the brain actually starts eroding away. Will science teach you that? No, because that was a discovery and a full research paper that is 275 pages fucking long. Don't bother reading it. You won't understand most of it. And it was very fun to read. Will not be taught in science. Because let me tell you this, science is a stickling bitch of a subject to try and learn through. So by the time your brain is fully functioning, developed, should be between mid-30s to about mid-40s. will be taught in bio though. Higher education bioscience, 100%. Josh is just teaching me science at this point. Hell yeah, I love science. But like basic root, but like GCSE science, like high school science, it will not be taught at all. You might be taught the cycles, but you won't be taught like the fucking, you know, you won't be taught the brunt of the information I've just been telling you then. Or at least not the brunt of the information of like the 275, 255 page document. Hello, random. You just missed me talking about science. So you're welcome. Whoa, what's going on here? Honestly, I kind of don't hate this size. Klein. Where was I? Yep, here. With that said, Klein took a few brisk steps forward and took the remaining copper pennies from his pocket and stuffed it into his sister's palm. Ah? Melissa's brown eyes looked at her brother in puzzlement. Klein took 2 steps back and smiled. Remember to go to Mr. Sirens. Reward yourself with a tiny little lemon cake. What science? The developmental cycles of the brain. By the way, is it just me or is Josh's camera choppy? No, it probably is me. Oh, I didn't even realize this was still open. I didn't even realize the music had stopped playing. I only know a tidbit about science because Joshua has spoken about fun facts a few times. Yeah, a research paper back in March came out talking about the, like, actual cycles of your brain. Which I guess would be the subsequent cycles of, like, the human body as well. Since, you know, main fucking source of it. But your general human body functions differently from how your brain is meant to represent it. The 25 thing? No. No. Someone got that mixed up before. The Great Derail Number X. Fuck off. Yeah, you can just go back a couple minutes, put the video on 2x speed, and then watch me ramble there. Melissa's mouth widened as she blinked. Finally, she said a single word. Okay. She quickly turned around, opened the door, and ran towards the stairwell. Brain seed jet, brain gains wrinkle. Exactly. Exactly. Good to see Klein spoil his sister a little bit. The river tore through the land, with cedar and maple trees lining the banks. The air was so fresh, it was intoxicating. Klein, who put closure to his interview, had his revolver with him. He held his cane and 6 pence for the public carriage. He walked down the cement path and approached the 3-story stone building, which was shaded in greenery. It was the Tingen University Administration Block. It's truly worthy of being one of the 2 major universities of the Leon Kingdom. It was, with this being his first time here, Klein sighed as he walked in. Compared to Tingen University, Code University, right across the river, could be described as shabby. Heave ho, heave ho. Voices slowly approached the 2 rowling boats, made their way upstream to the Koi River. Oars were being rowed in orderly and rhythmic fashion. Fucking Christ, I can't speak today. Damn. Anyway. This is the rowing sport that was popular among the universities in the Leon Kingdom, with Klein requiring a scholarship to finance his university studies. He, Welch, and the others had to join the core university rowing club, and they were pretty good at it. This is youth. Klein stopped and looked into the distance before sighing wistfully. Such sights were no longer to be seen in another week, since school would break for summer. As he proceeded down the road sheltered by trees, Klein stopped by the 3-story stone building. He entered after successfully registering himself and easily found his way to the office of the person who tended to him the other day. He knocked slightly on the half-open door. "Come in," a man's voice sounded from inside. The middle-aged instructor, dressed in a white shirt and black tuxedo, frowned as he saw Klein. "It's another hour until the interview." Mr. Stone, do you remember me? I'm a student of Senior Associate Professor Conan, Klein Moretti. You have read my recommendation letter before? Klein smiled as he took off his hat. Harvin Stone stroked his black beard and asked, puzzled, "Is there something wrong? I'm not in charge of the interviews." "Here's the situation. I've already found a job, so I won't be participating in the interview today." Klein gave him the reason for coming. "I see." When Harvin Stone learned for the reason, he stood up and reached his hand out. "Congratulations, you're a really polite lad. I will inform the professor and the senior associate professors." "Up to date? Good." Now you know how funky the fucking brain is. Klein shook Harvin's hand and planned on making a little small talk before bidding him farewell when he had heard a familiar voice behind him. "Moretti, have you found another job?" Klein turned around and saw an elder with a head of silver hair that left a deep impression on his silhouette. His blue eyes sunk deep into his face and had few wrinkles. The man looked sharp in his black tuxedo. "Good afternoon, mentor, Mr. Isaac," he haughtily greeted. "Why are the two of you here?" The elder of one of the senior associate professors of Court University's history department, the one who was also his mentor, Mr. Quentin Cohen. Besides, Cohen was a middle-aged man with a bronze-silver colored skin on average build, but he did not have any facial hair and held the newspaper in his hand. His hair was black and his pupils brown. His facial features were soft as his eyes revealed an indescribable sense of weariness, like he had seen vicissitudes of life. Beneath his right ear was a black mole, which he could only see to be looked carefully. Cuttlefish just loves to fucking ramble. Core University recognized him since he was a Core University History Department lecturer. As Coy, who often helped the original Klein, he enjoyed debating with his mentor, Senior Associate Professor Conan. They had often had clash of opinion, but even so, they were best friends. Otherwise, he would have not enjoyed meeting up for him as a chat. Conan nodded and said in a relaxed tone, Isaac and I are here to participate in the academic conference. What job did you get?" It's a security company which seeks, collects, and protects ancient relics. They were in need of a professional consultant and we were paying £3 a week. Klein repeated what he said to his sister yesterday. Following that, he explained, "As you know, I prefer exploring history instead of summarizing it." Conan. Isn't that a Japanese anime, dude? Conan? I can only think of two Conans. Conan the Barbarian and Conan O'Leary? Cohen O'Leary? The, midnight talk show host guy? Those are the only names that really come to mind. At least when I talk about this. The Barbarian? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Do 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 do. Detective Conan. Oh, I've heard it's fucked. I've heard it's very 80s, but I've also heard it's like incredibly fucked. The detective show. Detective Conan's one of the longest running series ever, by the way. Yeah, I kind of want to read it though. I've heard it's actually like not that bad. One of those series that like you hear about that's like shockingly good, and you're like, really? That's not the kind of show that you associate to be like fantastic, knowing how kiddish it looks. Nope. It might be worth it one day. I would say it might be worth the stream, but I feel like I'd lose subscribers if I did that. Klein repeated what he said to his sister yesterday. Following that, he explained, as you know, I prefer to explore history instead of summarizing it. Cohen nodded silently and said, everybody has their own choices. I'm very happy that you even bothered to come to Tingen University to inform them instead of just not showing up. It's Tingen University, not Koi. Tingen University. Man has been a kid detective for decades. I don't think he is an actual kid, though. I think he's like I think he's an adult. At that moment, Isaac injected. Klein, do you know what happened to Welch and Naya? I read in the newspaper that they were killed by burglars. The incident had become a case of a alarmed burglary. And it's already on the newspaper. Klein was taken aback as he weighed his words carefully. Man's older than Ass Ketchum. Is he? Yeah. A teen struck down by a magic potion. That's the synopsis, apparently. I've read weirder shit. Objectively, I've read weirder shit. There we go. I fixed chat now. I don't have to keep the YouTube fucking one up now. He's been turned into a kid? Yeah, from what I understand, it's something that he can just... Well, he has to take tablets, but, like, yeah. Something along those lines, at the very least. What the fuck? Oh, my chain. Never mind. That's weird indeed, yeah. I'm not clear on the specifics as well. Butch had obtained the diary of the Solom Empire's Antiguous family from the 4th Epoch. My help on interpreting it was sought. I helped them for the first few days, but then I later got busy with job hunting. The police even came to me 2 days ago. He deliberately divulged the matter regarding the Solomon Empire and the Antiguous family in hopes of getting any information out of the 2 history teachers. The 4th Epoch? Conan muttered it with a frown. The bronze-skinned and weary-eyed of Isaac went blank before he inhaled. He rubbed his temple with his newspaper-wielding left hand and said, Antiguous? Rings a bell. Why can't I remember? Chapter 25. Cathedral. Nothing can never go well in a fucking cathedral, can it? Harsh is here. What's up, Harsh? How you doing, brother? You didn't miss all that much. You missed a minor science lesson on how brain works, but that's it. If it isn't the mighty Harsh, I am okay. Okay. That's good to know. While Isaac muttered to himself, he subconsciously shot a glance at Quentin Conan, seemingly hoping for hints that jolt his memory. Conan, with his deep set of blue eyes, shook his head without any hesitation. I do not have any impression of it. Alright then, perhaps it just shares a root word. Isaac lowered his left hand and gave a self-deprecating laugh. Klein was rather disappointed with the outcome, and he could not help but to add, "But to Isaac, as the both of you know, I'm very interested in exploring and researching and restoring history from the Fourth Epoch. If you can ever recall anything to obtain relevant information, could you please write it down for me?" "No problem." As a result of Klein's actions today, the silver-haired senior associate professor was rather pleased with him. Isaac also nodded and said, "Is your address still the same as before?" For now, I'll be moving soon. I'll write a letter to inform you when that time comes," replied Klein in a respectful manner. I woke up at 11:40 today. My brain is much sleepy, brain hurty. Yeah. Isaac, the binding of Isaac. Not how it works. You clearly haven't slept a day in your life. To be fair, Harsh, you just have problems sleeping, period. Your brains hurt when you sleep a lot too? Oh yeah, mine hurts like a bitch. Mine hurts if I don't get within the like areas of like 6 to 10 hours. Anything less, anything more, my brain is killing me. Well, not about like 6 to 9 hours of sleep. If it gets any more or less, my brain hurts. Conan shook his black clean and said, "It's indeed about time you moved from that place with a better environment." At that moment, Klein caught a glance at the newspaper in Isaac's hand. He deliberated on his words before saying, "And to Isaac, what does the newspaper say regarding Lunch and Naya? I only learned from it from the police who were in charge of the investigation." Isaac was just about to answer when Conan suddenly pulled out the pocket watch and linked his black tuxedo to the chain. He opened the pocket watch and tapped his cane. "The meeting's about to begin, Isaac. I can't delay any further. Give the newspaper to Moretti." "Alright." Isaac handed over the newspaper as he had read the Klein. "We'll be going upstairs. Remember to write the letter to our address. Yes, in charge. It's still Core University History Department of Fish Department Office." My eyes hurt more than my brain do when I don't get enough sleep. Random works on like random hours of like periodic sleep, going from like 0.2 seconds, which is like his blinking time, to like the entire day, and yet he just doesn't notice. That's why I think that's why I believe he doesn't think he needs it. He laughed as he turned around and left the room with Conan. Klein took off his hat and bowed after watching the two gentlemen leave. He bade farewell to the owner of the office, Harvin Stone. He proceeded to cross the corridor and slowly exit the grey 3-story building. Micro naps? Batman naps. Random might be a skinwalker. Highly possible. Highly possible. Whoop. There we go. Yes, like Batman. Yeah. Thought so. With his back against the sun, he lifted up his cane and unfolded a newspaper and saw the title, Tingen Morning Post. Tingen sure has a lot of newspapers and magazines. There's the Morning Post, the Evening Post, the Honest Post, the Backwood Daily Tribune, the Tucson Times, the Family Magazine, the book reviews. Klein usually recalled the several names and the surfaces in his mind. Of course, a number of them were not local. They were distributed via the steam locomotives. Now that the paper-making and printing industries were getting more advanced, the cost of newspapers was already decreasing into the price of a penny. The audience it reached grew wider and wider. Klein did not succumb the details of the newspaper, quickly flipping through the news section and reported the aunt burglary murderer. Micronaps would be useful for me if I take one. I'm no good. I'm asleep for 8 hours. Please God, my alarm is useless. Why did I hear Conan like Detective Conan? Because it's either Conan or Cohen. I think it's pronounced Detective Cohen. Or, like, it's pronounced Detective Conan. Here, I think it's pronounced Conan. And I just keep sleeping up the names. Also, micronaps helped me a shit ton in uni. Helped me a shit ton. Mostly to get me through hangovers, frankly. But, other than that, very, very useful tool. Surprisingly, I can wake up instantly if someone says my name. Oh, no. God, no. You can ask my family or any of my exes. I sleep like a fucking log, or I'm awake immediately. If only my alarm worked. I've slept through alarms 7 times. I just don't know the goddamn problem. Fix it. Buy hearing aids. Sleep at the appropriate time, and your body will try and wake up naturally. I don't fucking know. According to the police department, the scene at Mr. Welch's home was a horrible sight. There was missing gold, jewelry, and money, as well as anything valuable that could be easily taken away. Not even a penny was left behind. There was a reason to believe that it was done by a merciless group of criminals that could not hesitate to kill the innocent, such as Mr. Welch and Madam Naya, if the sight of their faces were caught. This is an outrageous contempt of our kingdom's laws. This is a challenge to public safety. No one would wish for such an encounter. Of course, one piece of good news is that the police have located the murderer and captured the main culprit. We will do our best to provide news on the follow-ups. Reporter John Boeing. Joe Browing. Can you feel falling asleep? Yeah, at some point. Conan, like the guy from BioShock? Conan, like the warrior? The matter had been handled and covered up. As Klein walked through the boulevard, he nodded in a hardly noticeable manner. He flipped through the newspaper as he was strolling down the path, reading the other news articles and series in the process. Suddenly, he felt his head in the back of his neck stand, as though needles were stabbing him. Someone is watching me? Observing me? Monitoring me? Various thoughts welled up as Klein felt realization. Back on Earth, he had once felt an invisible gaze before ultimately discovering the source of the gaze. However, he had never felt a crystal clear as one as he was experiencing now. This is the same original memory. Is this the same original Klein memory fragments? Was it the transmigration or the mysterious look enchantment ritual which enhanced my sixth sense? Klein fought back the urge to seek the observer, using his knowledge from reading novels and watching movies. He slowly paced and put away the newspaper before looking towards Koi River. Following that, he acted as if he was admiring the scenery, slowly turning his head in different directions. He acted naturally as he turned around to turn, taking in everything his eyes could see. Other than the trees, grassy plains, and students passing by the distance, there was no other person there, but Klein was certain someone was watching him. Klein's heart raced as his blood surged through his body in intense thumping. I'm the captain now. Wow. Damn, really did just take fucking Merlin's spot. Just like that. Tears, genuinely tears. I should hop on more. After listening to the audiobook at night, and then I'm surprised to sleep, I can feel when I'm falling asleep. I can't. My body's just like, you're shutting down now. You better stop what you're doing. And I just go, okay. And then I'm up. Not even like an instinctual thing, it just kind of happens. Yeah, damn, right, I'm at 400 EXP. Hey, at least Sig got the 300. That's good for Sig. The power will go to my head. That's not good. He unfolded the paper and covered half his face, afraid that anyone would discover something wrong with his expression. Meanwhile, he clenched his cane and readied himself to draw his gun. 1 step, 2 step, 3 step. Klein proceeded to walk slowly. The feeling being spied upon remained, but there was no sudden outburst of danger. He walked through the boulevard in a somewhat stiff manner, and arrived at the waiting point of public carriages when a carriage pulled up coincidentally. Champagne Street. Klein continued, dismissed his thoughts. I think it's the gay guy. Or the poet, even. What's his name? Leonard? Leonard? Something like that. He was originally planning to head home immediately, but he was afraid of leading the observer of the unknown motives to his apartment. Following that, he thought of heading to Zhao Street to seek out for the Nighthawks or his colleagues. However, he thought otherwise, afraid that he would end up alerting his enemy and exposing the Nighthawks. Therefore, he chose somewhere else. 6 pence, the ticketing officer replied routinely. Which gay guy? I love how he's just a gay guy now. Look, he came in, he gave off gay energy, I'm gonna call him the gay guy. Even Klein called him gay. Not my If he sounds gay and looks gay, then he is gay. How many of y'all seen the Boondocks? Is he confirmed gay in Koi? God, I hope so. I'd love to Google it if I wasn't afraid of being spoiled. Me? Only the clips. Yeah, then you know what I'm talking about. That fucking that silly ass clip. If it sounds gay and looks gay, then it is gay. He is not exactly stated to be gay, but people love yaoi, so damn, they tied it on you. Klein did not bring any gold pounds with him today. He had hidden the money in the usual spots and took out 2 soil notes with him. Before he came, he had spent the same money on leaving with 1 soy and 6 pence. Therefore, it took out all of his coins and headed to the ticket officer. He found a seat aboard the carriage. And finally, closing the carriage door, Klein felt an unease. He finally felt the unease of being watched vanish. He exhaled slowly and felt his limbs tightly tingle slightly. What did I do? What should I do next? Klein looked at the carriage as he racked his brain for a solution. Until he was clear about his intentions, the person watching him, Klein had to assume was that he had malicious intent. Many thoughts sprung in his mind, but he dismissed them. He had never experienced such an event, and had to use a few minutes to organize his ideas. He had to notify the Nighthawks. He could only try to get rid of the threat, but I can't head there directly. I might expose them. Perhaps that might be the goal. Following the train of thought, Klein suddenly summarized various possibilities and thought, as his thoughts were clear. He exhaled as he regained some semblance of composure. He looked seriously at the scenario flying past him. Yeah. There's no accidents along the way of Champagne Street, but when Klein opened the door and stepped out the car, he immediately had an uneasy feeling of being watched again. He acted as though he had not sensed anything and took the newspaper and cane, slowly making his way into the direction of South Street. But he did not enter the street. Instead, he took another route to the red moonlight street behind. There was a beautiful white plaza there, as well as a large cathedral with a pointy roof. Saint Selena Cathedral. Damn, he just going to the church. The Tingan headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. As a believer, there was nothing odd about him participating in Mass or prayer on this day. The cathedral exhibited a design similar to Earth's Gothic style. It's also tall, black imposing towers situated between the blue and red checkered windows. Klein stepped into the cathedral and followed the alley into the prayer hall. Along the way, the stained windows were composed with red and blue glass painted that allowed the color light to shine into the hall. The blue was closer to black and the red was the same color as Crimson Moon, but the surroundings seemed unusually dark and mysterious. When I'm done going to church right away. Fucking stranglehold in your kit there. Oh, I just got a message that Ocarina of Time is getting a remake. Good on them, I guess? Meh. I think Ocarina of Time is an overrated game. Can't comment, I'm an atheist. Oh, I'm a hardcore atheist, don't worry. I think religion as a concept is a very stupid and silly thing. So. I'm talking about Lord of the Mercenaries, guys. Yeah, we understand. The feeling of being watched vanished. Klein acted unfazed as if he walked towards the open prayer hall. There were no windows in here. The deep darkness was emphasized, but behind the arc-shaped holy anchor on the wall directly opposite the door, there were about 20 circular, fist-sized holes that allowed the radiant sunlight to enter into the hall. Tall, imposing Garth Mame. got you. Worshipping humans itself is strange. There's a reason people gloss over the bad things she has said and done. I feel like I'm missing out on something here. It was akin to pedestrians seeing the starry sky when suddenly looking into the dark night to see the shimmering stars in all the nobility, purity, and holiness. Even though Klein had always believed that gods could be analyzed and understood, he could not help but to lower his head there. The bishop was preaching in a gentle tone as Klein silently made his way down the aisle and split the pews into two columns. He searched for an empty area to close passageway before slowly taking a seat. What are you talking about? The community ignores that she isn't the morally white person. I'm assuming this is just a character in LOTM, so I'm just gonna ignore chat for a bit. Leaning his cane onto the black of the pews in front of him, Klein took off his hat and placed it on his lap together with the newspaper. When he clasped his hands together and lowered his head, the entire process was done slowly and routinely, as though he was really there to pray. Klein closed his eyes and listened, and silently listened to the bishop's voice in darkness. Don't bother. Don't bother. There is no functioning point of you doing that. Beware of spoilers. Yeah. Clyde closed his eyes to the darkness and listened to the preacher. Lacking clothes and food, there was no covering in the cold. They were drenched by rain and huddled around a rock for lack of shelter. They were often scratched from the breasts, hope lost on them. They were poor and they were forced to proper the path. The Evernight did not forsake them, but bestowed them with love. Echoes amplified as they entered his ear. Klein saw the swamp of darkness in front of him as he felt his spirit's mind cleanse. He calmly took it in until the bishop finished his preaching and ended mass. After which, the bishop opened the confessional door before him. The men and women began lining up. Klein opened his eyes and donned his hat once more. With his cane and newspaper, he stood up and found his place in line. Talking about her at this point in the story is crazy work. Also, have we seen the cats? Have we seen the cats yet? Yeah, we've seen 3 different sets of the cats. We're one more like away from getting to that 30 goal to get the 5. It was his turn. It was his turn after like 20 minutes. He stepped in and closed the door behind him. There was a darkness in front of him. My child, what is it that you wish to say? The bishop's voice sounded from behind the wooden Dapper screen. Klein took out the 7th Unit Special Operations Department badge from his pocket and handed over to the bishop an opening. Someone is tailing me. I wish to find Dune Smith. As though he had been infected by a silent darkness, his tone was softer as well. When I started going on daily walks, we got hit with a heat wave. I've been doing daily walks since like 2020. This world really doesn't want me to walk. The bishop took the badge, and after a few seconds of silence, he turned right from the confession booth, and walked to the end. There is a secret door to the side. Someone will lead you the way after you enter. As he spoke and pulled a robe inside the room, causing a particular priest to hear the chime, Klein received his badge and took off his hat and pressed it against his chest. He gave a silent bow before turning around and exiting. After confirming the feeling of being watched was gone, he wore his halved top hat. Without any excessive emotion, he held his cane and turned right, until he arrived at the arched altar. I can say this. This might be the first time where the government and the church actually have some sort of benefit of working with each other. You know, looking back on past events. This is not Shadow Slave. There is no war. There is no war. War embossing. Why am I saying war like that? There is no war. There's no war embossing. Say, fuck me. He found the secret door in the wall facing his side. He silently opened it before sneaking in quietly. The secret door closed silently as the middle-aged black-robed priest appeared under the illumination of the gas lamps. What is it? The priest asked, tearlessly. Klein showed him the badge and repeated what he had said to the bishop. The middle-aged priest did not ask any further questions. He turned around and proceeded forward in silence. Klein nodded and took off his hat. With his black cane, he followed slightly. Roseanne had mentioned that heading left in the crossroads towards the chain gates would reach the Saint Celine Cathedral. Chapter 26, Practice. Fucking hell. Lord of the Mysteries doesn't have the culture for goth mommies. It's Victorian era. The bodyguards, pretty much. If goth isn't Victorian, I don't know what is. Goth is definitely not Victorian. You can make goth Victorian, sure. Or you can make Victorian goth, yeah. But that's like a different subsect. I think you're thinking of like Gothic lore. Right, like Victorian Gothic. They're different styles, twin. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, as my eyes bestow upon me, we've hit 30 likes. We have hit the original goth. I mean, I guess so. Goths were a group of people, I think. They were considered scavengers at the time. So, you want to do this one at a time? Alright. Josh, I got them kitten spread. We're gonna do it one at a time today. We got Chunky. Speak your shit, twin. Speak your shit, twin. Hell yeah. Let's not be touching the pop filter, okay? God damn. Let's get number one. Is Baba number 2. Very quiet one. Very small. Its siblings keep drinking all the milk. Oh yeah. You can go right next to Mama. And I'll grab the other 3 now. how big Sonny's gotten. Look at this big fella. Got anything to say? So that's Sonny. We have Nephis. See, that's just not smart now, is it? Got anything to say? Want to talk your shit, twin? Hell yeah. Last but certainly not least, we have Cassie. Yeah, I didn't think you'd fucking like it, dumbass. And the smallest out the yacht. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was kitten time. He said game recognizes game and looked at you, and you're looking unfamiliar now. You guys seen the Ico money spread fan art? Yeah, I've seen it. There's like this 3 animes where a guy get reincarnated as a cat owned by a woman or a lesbian couple. Oh, I know what the fuck you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Fucking hell, I've not thought about that. I've not... God damn, that's a memory. Guys, who are the 4 horsemen of spoiling? All of TikTok, all of Twitter, half of Reddit, and like 2/3 of YouTube. Have you got a fucking train whistle? Why? That doesn't answer the fucking why. Where'd you go? I won't. There you go. Whew. Just talking about Joshua's viewers. Oh, Dante. Actually, I don't know. I'm all for. I don't think you've spoiled me ever. I was reading ORV's mom and I've been spoiled. Ah, that sucks. Your mom is silly. That's my brother. My brother's the one with the fucking train whistle. Anyway, chapter 26. Practice. The sound of footsteps echoed through the dark, narrow corridor, which was otherwise silent. Klein kept his back straight as he kept up with the priest's pace. He did not pose questions or chat idly with him, remaining silent like a windless body of water. After passing through the heavily guarded passageway, the priest opened the secret door with a key and pointed down the stairwell of a stairwell made of stone. Turn left at the incandescent and you'll reach the chain gates. May God bless you. Klein gestured a sign of the crimson moon on his chest. The commoners practice etiquette while the religion partook in ritual blessings. Praise the lady. The priest returned the same gesture. Dante, I don't know who else. Dante for sure, yeah. Dante is 100%. Normal? Is Normal spoiled anything? Harsh, should I tell you how it ends? How about we don't spoil Harshin anymore of it, eh? Tell what you've been spoiled on ORV. Actually, yeah. What have you been spoiled on? Because if it's the mom word, then it's like, it has to be the second half of the story. Kim Dokja is in a coma. Yeah? Yeah? I don't know how to answer that one without containing spoilers. Like, heavy fucking spoilers at that. Well, it's kind of weird. OD is KD. I'm not sure how to answer. What do you think OD is? Because I've not caught up to the mom word specifically, but you shouldn't know what an OD is right now. SP is Kim D or the protagonist. Oldest dream. Right. Protagonist sponsor. Also technically hard to answer. SP as in secretive plotter, yeah. Hi Merlin. Huh. Well, I'm not going to spoil the secretive plotter. Because that's cringe. And is kind of important. And the oldest stream I'm also not going to spoil. Because I kind of don't know how to answer that one, really. Not in the with the total context of Omniscient Reader's viewpoint. Maybe the side story has something to answer in it. Like the post story. That Singing Song is writing has something to do with it. But yeah. Fucking hell. That thing is dead. Fucking hell. Fortnite really broke that thing in like several pieces.
To be fair, I think we've both had a few good strikes on this controller.
Oh, 100%.
I found the original white one as well that we've got.
Damn.
That actually works. So well.
Dyer finished their stream at chapter 1293 and 1299. She finished to start talking about characters are Omega, Beta, and Alpha. Oh my fucking god, she's cringe. Oh no. Oh no, she's fucking cringe. On day 51 and 49, thank fuck you, I have no idea what the hell that means. What the fuck are ORV spoilers? Harsh has been spoiled on a couple things on Omniscient Reader's viewpoint. Technically. And I don't know how to answer, like, most of it. Well, I've been spoiled to hell and back. about that as well. It's kind of hard to not get spoiled on Omniscient Reader's viewpoint. Lamau, thank God. Thank God he doesn't know that. Yeah, thank every kind of constellation that you have no fucking idea what 4951 means. The corruption, Joshua, the corruption. Don't answer, I haven't finished reading it yet. Yeah. Omniscient Reader's viewpoint is so complicated that being spoiled is not mean being spoiled. Yeah, no. There's a lot of things that are very easy to spoil, especially in the later half of the story. And when I mean easy, I mean like, wow, why the fuck would you ever say that kind of thing? But luckily for you, the three that you've brought up are like very contentious in the idea and how to talk about them when it comes to spoilers. My best guess is that Kim Dochu was split in half. It's a good guess. Pretty good guess. Well, like Kim Dochu dies and there's like 60% something times. I'm loving the fucking guesses on that one. Look, just understand that isn't there something going on with the golden band guy? In the manhwa right now, yes. I watched the ORV in 6 minutes. Why would you watch that willingly? Why would you do that? Like 5 times before I read the manhwa. But yeah, the golden band guy, who is just, oh my god, I'm forgetting his name. It's the fucking monkey. Why am I forgetting the fucking monkey's name? Sun Wukong. There we go. Fuck. It's so complicated that I've forgotten everything. That's fair. That's actually really fucking fair. Anyway, let's get into chapter fucking 26. Klein did not speak further as he walked down the dark stone pathway in the aid to refill the inlet gas lamps on both sides of the wall. Midway, he subconsciously turned back and saw the priest standing at the entrance. He was a shadow and appeared like an immobile wax figure. Because that Bill Woods came out of retirement. Who the fuck is Bill Woods? Bill Woods. Oh, it's a music guy. Huh. I kind of forgot this guy existed for a minute. The history of everything creator? Yeah. Excuse me for forgetting. Because, like you said, he was retired. Name tags for nameless people. That's kind of, okay. In the context of Omniscient Reader's viewpoint, that's actually incredibly funny. Hi, Poop Jet? Who's Poop Jet? Whatever. Klein looked away and continued to proceed down. It did not take long before he hit the ground laid in ice-cold stone slabs, which led him to the intersection. He did not turn towards the Chinnis gates because Dune Smith, who would recently finished a shift, was definitely not there. He turned right and saw a familiar path. Klein went back up the flight of stairs and appeared inside the Black Foam Security Company. Seeing doors that were tightly shut and half closed, he did not rush into them. Instead, he went to the reception and saw the brown-haired girl focusing on the magazine with a sweet smile. Hi, Roseanne. Klein came to her side and deliberately wrapped the table. Now I'm just waiting for Bo Burnham. Fucking good luck on that one, mate. Yeah, you have at least another decade before that one comes out. Roseanne stood up suddenly and knocked over the chair and said in a fluster, "Hi! Nice weather today! You, Klein, what are you doing here?" She patted her chest and heaved with a few sighs of relief. She was like a young lady afraid of her father and caught her skiving. "I need to find the captain," answered Klein immediately. Answered Klein simply. "You gave me a fright. I thought the captain came out." Roseanne glared at Klein. "Don't you know how to knock? You should be thankful that I'm tolerant to any kind woman. Well, I do prefer the term lady." Is there a reason why you're looking for the captain?" "He's in the room opposite Miss Orena." He thought he felt uptight. Klein was amused by Roseanne. He smiled. He pondered for a moment by saying, "Secret." Rosanna's eyes widened, and when she reeled in her disbelief, Klein did a single bow before bidding her farewell. He went through the reception's part and knocked on the door of the first office on the right. "Come in," Dune Smith's deep and gentle voice. Klein shut the door and Klein pushed the door open before closing it behind him, and took his hat off and bowed. "Good morning, Captain." "Good morning. How can I help you?" Dune's black windbreaker hat was hanging on the clothes stand on his side. He was dressed in a white shirt and black vest. Even though his hairline was rather high, his grey eyes were deep, and he appeared much fresher. "Someone is following me," Klein honestly answered without any embellishments. Dune leaned back and clasped his hand together. His grey eyes silently looked at Klein. He did not follow the topic being followed, and instead said, "You came to the cathedral?" "Yes," Klein answered. Dune nodded gently. He did not comment on the merits or the demerit. He switched the subject back. It might have been Welch's father. It might be that Welch's father doesn't believe the cause of death, and that report that hired a private investigator from Wind City to investigate the matter. The Windshire Constant City is known as the Wind City. It was the region with an extreme advanced coal and steel industry. It was one of the top 3 cities in the Leon Kingdom. Fuck, how do you spell it? Ah! Leon Kingdom. Oh, Leon. Lone. Doc. What? Yep. Both my phone and my PC are fine.
So I can have full fucking internet in the room.
It actually doesn't now. He's got no internet in his room.
I believe it. If he's reacting like that, I believe it. Now, could you close my door?
Do you know what's funny as well? Do you know what, like, WhatsApp on the bed? That's the fucking internet booster and it's on and connected. Connected to fucking what? Fresh air.
I really hope some of y'all... I really hope half of y'all caught that. Fuck me. Oh, I feel sorry for the poor bastard. Fuck me. Oh, shit. Dun dun dun. Caught what? Oh, my fucking brother's ramble. Jesus Christ. He's fucking going off. Da-da-da. Sounds gibberish, but okay. He's just... He's just fucking going off. He's mad. Before waiting for Klein to give his opinion, Dune continued. It might also be the result of that notebook. We happen to be investigating where Welch received the antagonist family notebook. Of course, we can't eliminate other people or organizations that might be seeking out that notebook. What do I do? Klein asked in a serious voice. Without question, he had hoped to find the first reason. Dune did not immediately answer. He raised his coffee mug to a mouthful, his eyes not showing the silver in a ripple. Return the way you came, and then do anything you wish. Anything? Klein returned with a question. Anything. Dune nodded with certainty. Of course, do not scare them off, or violate the law. What is this chapter 26? It's like listening to Animal Crossing is on like 5% volume. I do have noise reduction on, to be fair. It's not on like a fuck ton, it's just so you don't hear like mundane shit. Like the smaller little rattles in my desk. Like you shouldn't be able to hear that. Alright. Klein took a deep breath and bade him farewell. He left the room and went back underground. He left at the intersection and bathed in the light of the gas lamps on the two walls. He arrived silently on the empty, dark, cold passageway. The sound of footsteps echoed, making him sound more alone and terrified. Soon, Klein arrived at the stairwell. He went forward and saw the shadow standing there, the middle-aged priest. The two did not say a word when they meet. The priest turned around in silence and made way. God damn, 6 chapters in 4 hours. Honestly, not terrible pace for me. But also, I like to go on rambles. He proceeded silently before returning to the prayer hall. The circular halls behind the arched anchor were still there, pure and bright. The darkness and silence of the building's interior remained. There were still men and women lining outside the confessional, but much fewer than before. After waiting for a moment, Klein slowly left the prayer hall with his cane and newspaper, as though nothing had happened, successfully leaving St. Selena Cathedral. Hey guys, Lord of the Mysteries take Joshua. Is he safe, or is he like not? What? Fucking what? Do I think is Klein safe or not? No, I don't think Klein's safe. Not in a normal sense. Do you like this yet, Josh? That's a fair question. Okay. Yeah. So far, it's fine. I'm also like the world building of it all. I think the world building is actually like quite good. I've also brought us off track twice with the little time I've been here. Sorry about it, English. Josh, do you like Lord of the Mysteries now or not? Yeah, it's enjoyable. I don't think I've gone to like any great part yet. Like everything so far has just been pretty good. Not well explained, but pretty good. Holy hell, bro, put on music. Can you not hear that? You should be able to hear that more than fucking fine. So I don't know what's going on there. It's loud now. Whatever. Waiting for a moment. Oh yeah. The moment he walked out, he saw the burning sun. He immediately regained the familiar feeling of being observed. He felt like he was prey being eyed by a hawk. My aspect make confuse others, and core of this is lag. I didn't hear it for a while. Yeah. I thought there was construction going on in the background. No, it's just a playlist that Oh fuck! What's his face fucking gave in chat ages ago. Bro really channeled the aspect when typing that call. Let's not bully Alma too hard. Or at all, okay? It's not their first language. Supposedly. Be a silly fucking thing to lie about, but yeah. Suddenly, the question surfaced in his mind. Why didn't the observer follow me into the cathedral? Although they still have used the dark environment and the priest to conceal my temporary disappearance, it would have been hard for him to continue monitoring me by pretending to pray. If he had not done something wrong, there would be no problem walking in with an open, above board manner, right? Unless the person has some dark history making him afraid of the church or feared the bishop, knowing that he might have the powers of Beyonder. I'm so dyslexic, and I read that perfectly fine. Respect people who learn languages. Oh, massive respect to people who try and learn languages. Languages fucking suck to try and learn. I have forgotten 2. I have forgotten 3. I can read a little bit of Japanese. Not a lot, just a little bit to get by. With, like, certain things. I can remember a handful of, like, French terms. But that's really it. I don't know any languages beside English. Well, Captain. Because you'll be number 1 on the leaderboard if you keep typing. Bye-bye, brother random. In that case, the likelihood of being a private investigator is very slim. Klein exhaled and no longer acted as nervous as he was previously. He took a casual stroll before going around back to the Zealot Street. He stopped by the ancient-styled building with malt walls. The address by the door was 3. Yep. Alias? Okay. Oh wow, it's been 4 hours. Yeah, I'll probably make this. I'm sorry. I'm probably gonna have to make this last chapter then. In any case, the likelihood of being a private investigator is. Oh yeah. You stopped by the ancient-style building with moat walls and addressed the door. Oh yeah. Part of the police department underground shooting range was open to the public as the way to earn some additional funds. Klein went in and feeling of being watched vanished instantly. He took the opportunity to hand over his special operations department badge to the attendant. After a short verification, he led underground by the small shooting range, a 10-meter target. Klein informed the attendant simply. Next, he received a revolver from his armpit holster and the box of brass bullets in his pocket. The feeling of being suddenly targeted made him desire to protect himself win over his procrastination. Therefore, he did not have to wait to come over to practice his shooting. I used to know Hindi and Marathi. God damn. Hindi is not an easy language to learn. Pa! After the attendant left, he flicked over the cylinder and removed the silver demon hunting bullet. Following that, he filled the cylinder with a normal brass bullet. This time, neither did he leave an empty spot to prevent misfiring, nor did he take off the formal attire and half-top hat. He planned on practicing the usual get-up. After that, it was impossible for him to shout, "Wait a minute, let me change something to get more comfortable," after encountering your enemy or in danger. Strangely enough, all my friends are Indian. Okay. If you come... I think I'm a magnet for Indian people. I can speak a bit of Bengal as well. Bengali. Is it Bengali? Bengal? Klein closed the cylinder and rolls it with his thumb. Suddenly he held the gun in both hands, raised it up straight and aimed to the target that was more than 10 meters away. However, he was in no hurry to shoot. Instead, he recalled his experience at the military training, how to form a line with the iron sight, and knowledge about gun recoil. With his close rush, Klein repeated his aiming and holding stance. He was as serious as a student taking a high school exam. After repeating it several times, he retreated to the wall and sat down on a long, soft bench. He replaced his revolver to the side and began massaging his arms and rested it for quite a while. This is chapter 6. Because I have no idea what the fuck the job arc means for you. Bang! His arms trembled as his body's... Wait, did I read that? Yeah. He spent a few minutes recalling the practice before picking up the revolver with the wooden handle and bronze cylinder. He got the start firing position and pulled the trigger. Bang! His forearms trembled as his body moved back from the recoil. The bullet missed the target. Bang! 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 Drawing from the experience he gained, he shot again and again until all 6 rounds were finished. It's starting to hit the target. Klein stepped back and sat down again as he exhaled. Hey, I've got to make it interesting somehow, right? I can't just say, click. You know? And I wish I kind of had a soundboard so I can do that. Or like just random gunfire things. I'll use that as the bang. Ringing shots echoed. Did I not read all of that? No. Ringing shot echoed and target shook. Klein practiced and rested repeatedly. He extended all 30 normal rounds and the remaining 5 from before. He gradually hit the target and started aiming for the bullseye. He swung his sore shoulder and threw out the final 5 shells. He lowered his head and inserted the demon hunting bullets with the complicated patterns into the gun, leaving the empty spot to preserve misfires. Josh single-handedly bringing the property value down. Because I keep fucking... After putting the revolver back into his armpit holster, Klein patted the dust off his body and walked out of the shooting range to return to the streets. The feeling of being observed rose once again. Okay, so anytime he's being observed, he's outside. So it's definitely somebody... This is an interesting ability. Because this started, like, right after he left, Tingen University. And that's saying too much. That might be too much of an American joke. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Because even I don't understand what that means. Klein felt calmer than he previously felt as he slowly walked to the Champagne Street. He spent 4 pence on the tracked carriage to return to Iron Cross Street before returning to his own apartment. The feeling of being spied upon vanished without a trace. Klein took out his keys and opened the door to see a short-haired man in his 30s wearing a lime-tin shirt at the desk. Hey! His heart tensed up before relaxing immediately. Klein greeted it with a smile. Good morning. Good morning, no good afternoon, brother. Benson even. Fucking hell. God damn, it's Benson, baby. God, I've wrote down too many fucking notes for 6 chapters, man. Harsh American style. No, we didn't reach those. Yeah, he's still at the Thomas area, I think. This man was no other than Klein and Melissa's older brother, Benson Moretti. He was only about 25. He was good. He's only 25 this year, but his receding hairline and decrepit appearance made him look nearly 30. Yeah, that's what a shitty job is gonna do to you. He had black hair and brown eyes, resembling Klein somewhat, but he lacked the faint scholarly air that Klein had. Good afternoon, Klein. How's the interview? Benson stood up as he grinned. His black coat and half top hat were hanging on the pristine of the bunk bed. Horrible. Horrible. Klein replied in a deadpan manner. When he saw Benson stunned, Klein chuckled and added, in fact, I didn't even participate in the interview. I found a job ahead of the interview and it pays £3 a week. He repeated what he said to Melissa again. Benson's expression calmed down as he shook his head with a laugh. Feels like I'm seeing a child all growing up. Well, this job is pretty good. He sighed and said, It's great that the first thing I hear is such good news after being away for work. Let's celebrate tonight. And buy some beef? Klein smiled. Sure, but I believe Melissa will feel the pinch. Let's buy some ingredients later in the afternoon. Let's bring at least 3 soil? Well, to be honest, a pound exchange for 20 soil. And the soil exchange for 12 pence. Okay, so that's how the fucking soil pence system works. This mob be deleting spoilers after 3 business days. He's trying, okay? He tries. Where was it? Yeah, 20 soil and 1 soil equal 12 pence. Good to know that's written down. And even the limitations like the half pence and the quarter pence, such as the coin system, goes against logic. It's so troublesome. Yeah, that is really that is like actually needlessly confusing. I was grabbing a drink. The bastard chose the exact moment when I wasn't here. That entire system, a pound for 20 soil and 1 soil for 12 pence, and it going down to quarters and halves, is an actual fucking nightmare. Ever since I became mod, Josh has never been truly spoiled in streams. The joke is that people sometimes just off-fire guns on low property value for random gunfire. Oh! Right. Right. I got you. When he said that, he saw Benson's expression turn stern, feeling a little uneasy. he wondered if what he had said was wrong. Could it be that the lost memory fragments of the original crime? Benson was outright an esteemed nationalist who showed no tolerance for any negativity. Benson took a few steps and refuted him with an stern expression. No, it's not. No, it is not one of, but most foolish coins. It's not one of, but the most foolish coin system. None of it. Klein was taken back, but he quickly snapped out of this sense. He looked at his brother's eyes and laughed. Indeed, Benson was great at mocking humor. Benson lifted the corner of his lips and said in all seriousness, "You should understand that the institutes are a reasonable and simple coin system. One needs to know how to count to grasp the decimal system. Unfortunately, there are too few towns among these important figures." Alright. Sibling dinner. Alright, for today, I'm going to actually have to end it. We're 4 hours in. My bad. It is 10 o'clock. And I need to get just a couple of things done before 12. So, that's going to be done. But I liked that. I liked how we learned a little bit more about the Beyonders. I liked how we got to see Roselle's diary about the Four Kingdoms. And we finally got to meet Benson after 26 fucking chapters. Anyway, nice one for joining. Nice one for, 30 likes? 31 likes on the stream or some shit? I know my phone ain't open. Enjoy your day. It'll be Itchy to Itch tomorrow. See you then. And you should join for the Itchy to Witch one, because apparently it's fucking banging. Anyway,